Chapter 103. By the time Ari Shutao's group of 3 noticed Zhenling's group, it was already too late. They tried to send a signal to Xianling's group, but they were instantly killed by Zhenling's group and their loot was divided among them. Lu Ping heard Ari Shutao's words and quickly asked what happened. Ari Shutao said, Xianling sect, Haiyang sect, and Shuiyang Pavilion found a core forging cultivator's cave abode here. The 2 sects reached an agreement to monopolize the treasures in the abode. In order to prevent news from leaking, especially from Zhenling's group, the 2 sects began to hunt and kill cultivators from other sects around the abode. After I entered Rufei Ling Mountain, I accidentally bumped into the 2 sects who were preparing to break the protective array. That's why I fled here. Wei Ziheng asked, Brother Ari, how many of them did you see? Ari Shudao replied, about 30 people. Wei Ziheng looked at the group behind him. Including Ari Shudao, there were 25 people. He smiled and said, no matter what, we can't let them monopolize the treasures. Let's go and have a share. Everyone laughed. With Ari Shudao leading the way, they walked towards the cave abode at the back of the mountain. Along the way, many cultivators got some rest and joined in Zhenling's group. Many cultivators were indignant at the violent methods used by the 2 sects to monopolize the treasures. Before this, they didn't dare to provoke the 2 sects because they were too powerful. But now that Zhenling took the lead, they naturally joined in. Lu Ping saw more and more cultivators gathered around them. He couldn't help but sigh. In order to win the competition with Zhenling, Zhong Weiqing didn't hesitate to hunt and kill cultivators from other sects. This had angered everyone. Although these cultivators didn't have much influence in their sects, they were still the best among their peers. In the future, as their cultivation levels increased, their words would have more weight, and they might not be able to tolerate Xianling sect anymore. That would be the time when Xianling sect would be in trouble. At this time, Zhenling and the other sect's disciples had already gathered 40 to 50 people. They no longer had any scruples. The Xianling sect disciples who were standing guard outside the perimeter had already sent the news back. When they arrived in front of the cave, a 5-colored protective array appeared in front of them, causing them to be overjoyed. Wei Ziheng laughed as he stepped forward and said, Fellow Daoist Zhong Weiqing of Xianling sect, fellow Daoist Sai Changsheng of Haiyang sect, and fellow Daoist Shu Liuan of Shuiyang Pavilion. Why didn't you inform everyone on Feiling Mountain that you found such great treasures? It's not a good habit to keep everything to yourself. Zhong Weiqing was already gnashing his teeth in hatred. He stepped forward and said, What do you want? Wei Ziheng said with a straight face, Every sect and family here, regardless of the number of people, send a representative. Once the cave is broken, the representatives will search inside based on their own abilities. No fighting is allowed inside the cave. Whoever makes the first move will incur the wrath of everyone when they come out. What do you think? At this point, Zhong Weiqing had already lost his mind from anger. Obviously, he didn't notice that Wei Ziheng was plotting against him. Flustered and exasperated, he said, Why? Putting aside the fact that this cave was discovered by us, just based on strength alone, how can those sects with only 1 or 2 cultivators compare to us, Xianling sect? As soon as Zhong Weiqing finished speaking, the cultivators present were the first to express their dissatisfaction. Wei Ziheng snorted coldly and said, Zhong Weiqing, since you're talking about strength, fine, I, Zhenling, have 11 cultivators. I, Zhenling, am the strongest among all the sects here. If we're talking about losing out, I, Zhenling, didn't even say that I'm not willing. What can your Xianling sect say? Don't tell me that you, with only 8 people left, want to be on equal footing with me, Zhenling. The cultivators present were already in an uproar, criticizing Xianling sect one after another. At this point, Zhong Weiqing already knew that he had fallen into Wei Ziheng's trap. With a furious expression, he was about to say something when Shuiyang Pavilion's Shu Liuan, who had already seen through the situation, said in a crisp voice, If that's the case, then we'll do as fellow Daoist Wei says. Haiyang sect and Shuiyang Pavilion were on the same side, so Sai Changsheng also agreed. Zhong Weiqing saw that he couldn't offend the crowd, so he had no choice but to comply. At this moment, the happiest people were the disciples from the small sects present. They were either alone or in pairs, so they didn't expect to see the scenery of the core forging cave abode. But now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they were naturally ecstatic. Their gazes towards Junling's group also became a lot friendlier. The closing time of Fei Ling Island was getting closer and closer. Immediately, everyone worked together and broke the array formation. Out of the 70 to 80 cultivators present, only 15 representatives came out. One had to know that there were a total of 30 sects participating in the opening of Fei Ling Island. Although the 10 largest sects took up 3/4 of the quota, and there were still cultivators hiding in the corners of Fei Ling Mountain who didn't participate in this operation, the fact that there were only 15 representatives still sent chills down the hearts of the cultivators present. Lu Ping still represented Junling. It wasn't because Lu Ping was the strongest, nor was it because Wei Ziheng had yet to recover from his injuries, but because when Lu Ping rescued Wei Ziheng, everyone saw how powerful his divine sense was. It could cover a distance of more than 400 feet, which naturally gave him an advantage when searching for treasures in the cave abode. Lu Ping boldly stood in the middle of the group of 15 people, facing the cave abode's main entrance. No one had any objections. Junling was the strongest at the moment, so this kind of treatment was naturally given to him. Zhong Weiqing, Xu Liuan, and the others didn't say anything either. At the moment, they were in a disadvantageous position. Besides, most of the people present had seen Lu Ping's strength. His pair of high-grade flying swords were truly incomparably sharp, and there were even rumors that he could easily control 2 high-grade magic tools. Although no one believed it, they all guessed that he should have another high-grade magic tool on him. With only 15 minutes left, the 15 people rushed into the cave abode. As the only cultivator from the Ari clan, Ari Shudao also followed the crowd into the cave abode. How could a cave abode withstand 15 cultivators raiding it? Not to mention that the most valuable items were usually carried by the owner at all times, so there wouldn't be anything good left inside. After a series of clanking sounds, Lu Ping was the first to come out. He handed Wei Ziheng 3 jade crystal bottles, a top-grade defensive magic tool, the wooden rattan armor, and a bottle of blood-condensing pills. It was indeed a bottle of blood-condensing pills, a total of 10 pills. Lu Ping initially thought that Wei Ziheng was also an expert in alchemy, but he didn't find anything like an alchemy furnace in the cave abode. Seeing that most of the items in the cave abode had already been claimed, and the remaining items didn't interest him, he came out first. Wei Ziheng didn't expect that Lu Ping would bring out so many good items in one trip, and he was instantly overjoyed. After that, everyone also left the cave abode. Ari Shudao found Lu Ping and told him in private that he found a set of 6 mid-grade magic tools. When combined, the power was equivalent to a high-grade magic tool. When he reached the mid-blood condensation realm, he would be able to try using them. Lu Ping remembered that day in the heavenly gold sand mine, Ari Shudao's set of mother-child flying daggers blocked the attacks of 2 cultivators of the same level. Lu Ping knew that Ari Shudao was good at using sets of magic tools, so he congratulated him. While the two were talking, Fei Ling Mountain shook again. It was finally time for Fei Ling Island to close. Every cultivator had a teleportation talisman given to them by their sect's elders. At this moment, all the cultivators turned into a ball of white light. After the white light flashed, all the cultivators disappeared from Fei Ling Mountain. At this time, on the sea surface, more than 30 core forging enlightened masters once again lined up to summon the teleportation array. The platform of the teleportation array also rose from the bottom of the sea. After a burst of white light, everyone from Fei Ling Mountain appeared on the platform. When the enlightened masters saw the 80 to 90 people on the platform, they frowned. They didn't have time to ask why and quickly ordered their juniors to come down from the platform. Then, the platform rumbled and sank to the bottom of the sea again. The opening of Fei Ling Island once every 500 years had finally ended, and it was waiting for another 500 years for people to visit it again. In the past, during the opening of Fei Ling Island, although there were many battles among the 200 cultivators who entered the island, about 60 to 70% of the cultivators survived. This time, the opening of Fei Ling Island was reversed, and the number of cultivators who died directly reached 60%. When the enlightened masters of the various sects returned, they carefully inquired about what happened on Fei Ling Island. When they heard that a total of 9 core forging stage cultivators' cave dwellings were unearthed on Fei Ling Island, even these enlightened masters were surprised. Although cultivators would often carry their valuables with them when they left their immortal caves, and there wouldn't be too many good things in their immortal caves, but there were always exceptions to everything. No one knew if there would be any unexpected items that would be passed down. Lu Ping's expression was calm. Only he knew that there were actually 10 core forging stage cave dwellings on the island. People might suspect that he obtained one alone, but he didn't leave behind any evidence, so they could only guess. The cultivators of the small sects cast envious gazes at the top 10 sects of the North Sea, namely the True Spirit 4 sects, the Profound Spirit 4 sects, the Ocean Flame sect, and the Mistwater Pavilion. Obviously, the biggest benefits on the island were obtained by the disciples of these 10 sects. At the same time, everyone knew about the bet between the True Spirit 4 sects and the Profound Spirit 4 sects, so they were waiting for a good show to unfold. When Feng Shutao saw that his sect's disciples were missing Zhenling and the other 2, and the Xianling sect's disciples only returned with 22 disciples, which was even worse than the True Spirit sect's 27 disciples, he knew that they were going to lose this bet. As expected, this was just a competition between early blood condensation cultivators. The enlightened masters present didn't care that the competition between the 2 sects would escalate to the level of their sects because of such a small matter. Hence, they clamored for the disciples of the 2 sects to start the treasure battle to determine the winner. The first to start was the competition between the disciples of Chongming sect and Ling Jiyu sect. Although Chongming sect had 2 more disciples than Ling Jiyu sect, the last 2 cultivators that Lu Ping and the others encountered were Chongming sect's disciples. The 2 disciples' harvest was only a quarter of the others. In the end, Chongming sect lost the bet with Ling Jiyu sect, and half of Fei Ling Island's harvest was taken by Ling Jiyu sect. The 2 Chongming sect's disciples were ashamed. Chapter 104. Although Chongming sect lost the bet due to the poor performance of its 2 disciples on Fei Ling Island, the enlightened masters didn't say anything. After all, the 2 sects were ranked at the bottom of the top 10 sects in the North Sea, so it didn't mean anything. Moreover, Zhenling was calm and composed about it. As expected, in the subsequent competition of treasures between the Jade Sword faction and the Soaring Feather faction, the Jade Sword faction defeated the Soaring Feather faction with a slight advantage. The 5 cultivators from the Soaring Feather faction brought out a total of 5,500-year-old spiritual grasses and 21,000-year-old spiritual grasses, causing the cultivators from the Jade Sword faction to feel dejected. As for the Jade Sword faction's sage Duan Langxian, he chuckled and took away half of the spiritual grasses from the Soaring Feather faction. When it came to the Azure Sea sect and the Azure Wave sect's treasure battle, there was no more suspense. The 7 people from the Azure Sea sect took out 9,000 stalks of 500-year spirit herbs and 40 stalks of 1,000-year spirit herbs, overshadowing the 7,500 stalks of 500-year spirit herbs and 36 stalks of 1,000-year spirit herbs. When Kang Hai sect's enlightened master took away half of Kang Lang sect's spiritual herbs, Kang Lang sect's enlightened master's expression changed. Obviously, the loss of these spiritual herbs made the enlightened master's heart ache. At this time, everyone's attention was on Zhenling sect and Xianling sect. In fact, there wasn't much suspense in the battle between the 2 sects. After all, Zhenling sect had 11 disciples who survived, which was the sect with the highest survival rate among all the sects in the North Sea, 3 more than Xianling sect. However, everyone was concerned about the number of spiritual herbs, not the outcome. They were especially looking forward to Zhenling's harvest. After Xianling sect's cultivators returned, they kept discussing something. From time to time, Zhong Weiqing would respectfully ask Feng Shutao and the others for instructions. Looking at Feng Shutao's nonchalant expression, no one could guess what Xianling sect was planning. Finally, Zhong Weiqing seemed to have made up his mind. Seeing the many cultivators on the sea, including the core forging enlightened masters, looking at them, he no longer hesitated and revealed his harvest. On the other hand, the enlightened masters didn't think that they were faking it. Firstly, The enlightened masters couldn't afford to offend them. Secondly, when they entered Fei Ling Island, they were given a special storage bag. Lu Ping and the rest could only store their spiritual herbs in this storage bag. Therefore, even if they knew that they were going to lose, they couldn't hide a portion of their spiritual herbs. Moreover, Xianling sect was the leader of the North Sea's major sects, so they couldn't do such a thing. The moment the 8 Xianling sect disciples took out the spirit herbs, the cultivators at the scene gasped in surprise. The enlightened masters from the various sects also raised their eyebrows. There were even a few enlightened masters who harumphed loudly. There were more than 14,000 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs and nearly 100 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs on the ground. These things were enough to move every enlightened being present. However, a considerable portion of these spirit herbs were obtained by Xianling sect disciples from other sects at the last moment, so the enlightened masters from other sects were dissatisfied. Zhenling Wei Ziheng and the rest looked at each other. Other than Lu Ping, the other 10 people threw the storage bags in their hands into the air. Instantly, more than 200 jade boxes appeared in the air. When the jade boxes were opened, 18,000 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs appeared in front of everyone. Among them, 10 boxes made of jade crystals were particularly eye-catching. The medicinal fragrance and rich spiritual energy fluctuations of the 121,000-year-old spirit herbs attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. At this time, even the enlightened masters at the scene were envious. Zhenling Master Liu Xianling and enlightened Master Guo Shenshan didn't know why Lu Ping didn't show his harvest, but they were already very satisfied with it. At this time, Lu Ping wasn't deliberately looking down on the 2 sects' treasures. Instead, he was busy sorting out the harvest in his storage bag. During this trip to Fei Ling Island, Lu Ping's harvest was simply heaven-defying. It was so much that he couldn't believe it and even felt a little guilty. Thinking that most of these harvests would eventually be handed over to the sect, Lu Ping was a little unwilling, but he also knew that this was an opportunity provided by the sect. Every time Fei Ling Island was opened, the sect also needed to spend a lot of resources and the true essence of a core forging realm enlightened master, so it was understandable for the sect to make such a rule. The 2 enlightened masters from Zhenling had long noticed that Lu Ping's divine sense had been exploring the storage bag. Seeing that the other disciples didn't warn him, they didn't say anything. They were just curious about this young man's harvest. How could he make the other 10 people approve of his special performance? Looking at Zhenling's harvest, Zhong Weiqing was furious. Although he expected that he would lose, he didn't expect that he would lose so miserably. Looking at enlightened Master Feng Shudao's slightly narrowed eyes, Zhong Weiqing felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly remembered that he had asked the enlightened masters from his sect for permission. Although he didn't get a reply, didn't that mean that they didn't object? Zhong Weiqing's mind immediately became active. He thought about his harvest in the core forging realm abode, especially that thing. If he took it out, he would definitely turn defeat into victory. He couldn't care so much now. With an idea in mind, Zhong Weiqing stepped forward and bowed to the surrounding enlightened masters, saying, "Esteemed masters, although Xianling sect doesn't have as many spiritual herbs as Zhenling, the harvest on Fei Ling Island isn't just spiritual herbs. This junior thinks that other than spiritual herbs, other harvests should also be part of the contents of this bet. Therefore, this junior would like to ask for permission to expand the contents of the treasure battle." The enlightened masters didn't expect that a junior from Xianling sect would make such a suggestion. They all looked at enlightened Master Feng Shudao, but Feng Shudao was unperturbed and didn't express his opinion at all. The rest of the enlightened masters were more than happy to continue watching the 2 sects' disciples compete for treasures. Previously, the harvests of the 2 sects' spiritual herbs had already moved the enlightened masters. Now that the junior from Xianling sect had made a suggestion, it was obvious that he had a treasure that could turn defeat into victory. Naturally, the enlightened masters were excited and wanted to see what other harvests the 2 sects' disciples had. Enlightened Master Liu Xianling smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Feng, is this also your sect's intention?" Feng Shudao opened his eyes slightly and said, "The juniors are messing around. Let them be." We are just here to watch the show. Enlightened Master Liu cursed under his breath, but he couldn't figure out what Xianling sect had up their sleeves. He looked at Wei Ziheng and the others and saw the disdainful look in his disciples' eyes. Zhong Weiqing, you're courting death. Enlightened Master Liu had an idea and said, since fellow Daoist Feng doesn't object, that means you agree. The scope of the treasure battle between Zhenling sect and Xianling sect will be expanded. Our disciples can display whatever they want on Failing Island, and the loser will have to give half of their harvest to the loser. Enlightened Master Liu wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Since you, Feng Shudao, want to fool around, then I, Liu Xianling, will make sure that you won't regret it. I only hope that the juniors can really win against Xianling sect. Seeing that things were going according to his plan, Zhong Weiqing's spirit was lifted. He said, we also obtained 96 bottles of blood condensation realm medicinal pills from our trip to Failing Island. Please, enlightened masters, have a look. With their divine senses, the enlightened masters knew that the medicinal pills in the bottles were real, so they nodded slightly. Su Zipeng snickered. Zhong Weiqing, you really don't want to give up. Then let me show you my harvest from Zhenling. Then, he placed 110 jade bottles on the table. Inside were blood condensation realm medicinal pills. Hai Yang sect's enlightened master Hong Yangping pointed at Lu Ping and smiled. Did this disciple of your sect also find a place to hide on Failing Island for 18 days? Why aren't there any of his things in there? After enlightened master Hong said that, he saw the disciples of his sect and the other sects who participated in the trip to Failing Island had a strange expression on their faces. Even Xianling sect's Zhong Weiqing's expression changed. Shui Yang Pavilion's enlightened master Han Ruyan smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Hong, there's something you don't know. According to my disciples, this little fellow from Zhenling is probably the biggest winner of this trip to Failing Island. Lu Ping had just roughly counted his harvest when he heard the two enlightened masters talking about him. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had overlooked something. At this moment, enlightened Master Guo Shenshan said, Kid, take out your treasures and let everyone see them. Even old Guo is not happy with you hiding them like this. Lu Ping was stunned. At this time, Wei Ziheng had already told Lu Ping about what happened. Only then did Lu Ping look at Zhong Weiqing. With a wave of his hand, 50 to 60 bottles of blood condensation realm medicinal pills appeared on the ground. These were Lu Ping's harvest from Failing Island's cave abode and from killing cultivators from other sects. Lu Ping's extraordinary actions caused an uproar among the blood condensation cultivators. The 30-plus enlightened masters all looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping immediately felt like there was a dagger on his back. Enlightened Master Guo Shenshan laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. You didn't embarrass me, Zhenling. I, old Guo, make the decision on my own. You can keep half of these medicinal pills. As enlightened Master Guo spoke, an imposing aura enveloped him. The sharp gazes of the enlightened masters were instantly blocked. Lu Ping immediately felt the pressure on him lessening. When he heard that he could keep half of the medicinal pills for cultivation, he was in a good mood. Zhong Weiqing didn't expect that Lu Ping's actions would be able to widen the gap between the two sects. He felt even more indignant. So, he and the other 7 people took out another 10 jade crystal bottles. These bottles contained medicinal pills for core forging cultivators. This already caused the enlightened masters to look at them with envy. As one's cultivation increased, medicinal pills suitable for cultivation became even more difficult to obtain. Take Zhenling for example. If medicinal pills for the blood refining realm were the lowest guarantee, then medicinal pills for the blood condensation realm were a limited supply. At the core forging realm, there were too many medicinal pills for core forging realm cultivators. From this, one could see how precious these 10 bottles of medicinal pills were. Wei Ziheng placed the jade crystal bottles that the other Zhenling cultivators obtained on the ground. There were a total of 10 bottles. Just as Zhong Weiqing heaved a sigh of relief, he saw Lu Ping take out another 5 jade crystal bottles with a wave of his hand. Zhong Weiqing's breath caught in his throat and he coughed repeatedly. This time, not only the other enlightened masters, Even enlightened Master Guo Xianshan was shocked. Enlightened Master Liu, on the other hand, was full of smiles. Chapter 105. Lu Ping was already cursing. Zhong Weiqing knew that he was going to lose, but he still wanted to force Lu Ping to hand over all his treasures. Lu Ping had been thinking about how to hide some of the spirit herbs and pills for his own cultivation and pill concoction. But now, Zhong Weiqing had revealed all his treasures in the open. Even if he wanted to play some tricks, it would be impossible. Fortunately, this kind of treasure competition was only limited to resources related to cultivation. If magic tools, spirit stones, and so on were included, Lu Ping would cry to death. At this time, Zhong Weiqing was forced to the edge of a cliff. It was his suggestion that forced Xianling sect to reveal all their treasures. But in the end, they still lost to Zhenling. Seeing that half of the sect's treasures were about to be taken away by Zhenling, Zhong Weiqing could already feel perfected Master Feng Shuzao's murderous gaze lingering on his neck. Zhong Weiqing looked like a gambler with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he carefully took out a jade box that was sealed with a spirit sealing talisman. The 30 perfected masters' eyes lit up. They were all knowledgeable people. Naturally, they knew that the spirit sealing talisman was the work of a core forging perfected master. Then, what was inside the box was naturally exciting. Zhong Weiqing's bloodshot eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Lu Ping and said, "This is the last treasure of Xianling sect. It is also our biggest treasure on Fei Ling Island. If you can win this, then there's no need to compete anymore." As he finished speaking, he removed the spirit sealing talisman and opened the box. The perfected masters gasped in shock. Feng Shuzhao quickly took a few steps forward. When he saw what was inside the box, his expression finally changed. "This is spiritual item, mystic grade low grade, meteorite gold." The discussions of the perfected masters shocked the blood condensation cultivators. They were shocked at the perfected master's loss of composure. Then, they were shocked at the preciousness of a spiritual item. Meteorite gold was a metal-type spiritual item. Even though it was the lowest grade among spiritual items, mystic grade low grade, every kind of spiritual item was a rare treasure. It meant that a core forging enlightened master could advance from early stage to mid-stage, or even mid-stage to late stage. It was something that every perfected master wanted. It was common in the cultivation world for core forging enlightened masters to fight life or death battles for spiritual items. This was Zhong Weiqing's last resort, and it was also his greatest trump card to turn the tables. At this moment, Feng Shutao finally stroked his beard in satisfaction. All the enlightened masters in his sect also believed that Zhenling sect would definitely lose. Enlightened Master Liu and Enlightened Master Guo's confidence began to waver as well. The only ones who remained calm were Lu Ping, Wei Ziheng, and the others. The spiritual masters present immediately discovered this situation, and the noise on the scene immediately quieted down. However, the spiritual masters in private were still discussing incessantly. "These kids are so calm. Do they have more tricks up their sleeves? I don't think so. I don't think Zhenling's kids know how precious spiritual items are. It's hard to say. Maybe they have a spiritual item with them. Spiritual items are extremely rare. Xianling sect's cultivators are lucky enough to get one. If Zhenling gets another one, there might be some core forging cultivators who destroy their own cultivation to look for a spiritual item the next time True Spirit Island opens. Or maybe it's a spiritual pill that Laozu cultivators use. That's even more impossible. You don't even sound like you. Dharma Laozu cultivators only have a few types of spiritual pills, and each of them is comparable to a spiritual item. But don't forget, Fei Ling Island was plowed by dozens of Laozu cultivators. How could there be anything left? The perfected masters expressed their opinions. Perfected Guo Xianshan was getting impatient. He shouted, "Kids, if you have any other tricks up your sleeves, use them now. Otherwise, you'll lose half of the items on the ground." Wei Ziheng and the others looked at Lu Ping. The perfected masters couldn't help but look forward to seeing if this youngster, who had spent so much during the treasure battles, would bring them another surprise. Lu Ping, on the other hand, seemed to be plotting something in his mind. However, to the others, Lu Ping seemed to be hesitating about something. The perfected masters naturally thought that Lu Ping did not have a treasure that was comparable to the fallen essence gold. Perfected Guo Xianshan was the first to change his expression. Perfected Master Liu Shenling also had a serious look on his face. No one had expected that the disciples of Fei Ling Island would reap such a huge harvest. It was so huge that even the perfected masters of Core Forging Realm found it hard to choose. At this time, no matter who lost, half of the resources would be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Even for Zhen Ling sect and Xian Ling sect, it was like cutting off their flesh. At this time, Feng Shudao suddenly said, "Kid, it's normal if you can't take out a treasure of equal value. After all, heaven and earth spiritual treasures belong to the virtuous ones. It's just that you haven't taken out the spirit herbs from Fei Ling Island yet. Are you trying to cheat?" Feng Shudao was talking nonsense. Just now, Xian Ling sect was suppressed by Zhenling. Even without Lu Ping's help, Zhenling was far ahead in the gathering of spirit herbs. At that time, none of the perfected masters asked Lu Ping to take out the spirit herbs. Now that Feng Shudao thought that victory was in his grasp, he started to scheme for the spirit herbs in Lu Ping's hands. Perfected Guo Xianshan snorted angrily. "Old dog Feng, you shameless bastard." Feng Shudao sneered. "I'm speaking the truth. What did I say wrong? Do you want to enlighten me?" Perfected Guo Xianshan snorted coldly. He put on a straight face and stopped talking. At this time, a young voice suddenly said, "What Perfected Master Feng said is reasonable. According to Perfected Master, if I, Zhenling, win, I, Zhenling, will get half of this fallen gold essence. Am I right?" The person who spoke was Lu Ping. Feng Shudao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this kid really has a treasure that is comparable to the fallen gold essence? If so, what I said just now would be like shooting myself in the foot. However, as a perfected master in the late stage of core forging, how could he go back on his words in front of so many people? Not to mention, he didn't believe that Lu Ping could really take out a treasure that is comparable to a heaven and earth spiritual treasure. Hence, Feng Shudao looked at Lu Ping with disdain and said, "Of course." His words were resolute and decisive, showing the decisive style of a core forging enlightened master. All the disciples looked at him with admiration. "Oh," Lu Ping said and said, "I'm sure perfected master's words carry enormous weight." After saying that, he flipped a storage bag on the ground. Nearly 7,000 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 120 stalks of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs fell in the middle of Zhenling's pile of spiritual herbs. Even Wei Ziheng, Su Zipeng, and the others who came to Fei Ling Island with him didn't know that Lu Ping had collected so many spiritual herbs. They were all surprised. On the other hand, Feng Shudao, Zhong Weiqing, and the other Xian Ling sect cultivators were overjoyed. Zhong Weiqing and the others had guessed that Lu Ping's harvest was bountiful, but they didn't expect it to be this bountiful. Lu Ping looked at the spiritual herbs on the ground and counted them in his heart. Only then did he realize that about half of them were his spoils of war. In the 18 days since Fei Ling Island opened, the number of cultivators who died in his hands had reached 23. Out of the 200 cultivators who entered Fei Ling Island, almost 1 out of every 8 died in his hands. Lu Ping looked at the greedy expressions on Zhong Weiqing and the others. He turned to Enlightened Master Liu and Enlightened Master Guo and said, "Two Enlightened Masters, Disciple found a dying flame on Fei Ling Island. Disciple's knowledge is shallow, so I don't know what kind of spiritual fire it is. I'd like to ask the 2 Enlightened Masters to appraise it." Having said that, Lu Ping took out a spirit-gathering plate that he found in the secret underground chamber of the artifact refining hall. The bean-sized flame on the plate had been nurtured by Lu Ping with dozens of mid-grade spirit stones over the past half a month. It was no longer on the verge of death. Instead, it had swelled to twice its original size. It was lively and full of vitality once again. When Lu Ping took out the spirit-gathering plate, dozens of divine senses had already wrapped around the flame on the plate. Several enlightened masters involuntarily took a few steps in Lu Ping's direction. Enlightened Master Guo Xianshan shouted angrily, "Brat, you actually got such a good thing." Although Enlightened Master Guo was talking to Lu Ping, his tone was directed towards the Enlightened Masters who were eager to give it a try. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Ping and took the spirit gathering plate in his hand. Lu Ping knew that once he took out the flame, it might cause a violent reaction from the Enlightened Masters present. Therefore, when he saw Enlightened Master Guo coming to his side, he handed the spirit gathering plate to him. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some evil Enlightened Master wouldn't casually kill him and snatch the spiritual fire from his hand. The Enlightened Masters who were disturbed by the spiritual fire withdrew their outstretched feet in embarrassment. Enlightened Master Liu took a step forward and stood next to Enlightened Master Guo. He said, "Mid-grade spiritual fire, geocentric melting flame. What else does fellow Daoist Feng have to say?" At this time, Enlightened Master Feng Shutao was stunned by this dramatic turn of events. When he heard Enlightened Master Liu's words, he angrily flung his sleeves, turned around, and flew in the direction of Xianling sect. He had lost all his face today. Seeing that Feng Shutao had left on his own, Enlightened Master Liu didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he turned to another Enlightened Master of Xianling sect and said, "Enlightened Master Lin, how do you think we should split the meteorite gold?" Enlightened Master Lin looked at senior brother Feng, who left in a huff, and smiled helplessly. He couldn't leave now. Otherwise, Xianling sect would go back on its word, and how would it have a foothold in the North Sea in the future? Enlightened Master Lin pondered for a while and said, "Enlightened Master Liu, you should know that once it is split, not only will the spiritual item's vitality be greatly damaged, its effectiveness will also be greatly reduced. Can you allow me to find a replacement after I return to my sect?" Enlightened Master Liu knew that it was enough to force Xianling sect to admit defeat when it came to spiritual items. If he insisted on making a fuss about the spiritual item, Xianling sect might get angry and find an excuse to renege on their debt. So, he said, "In that case, I, Jinling, will not go too far. All the Enlightened Masters from the various sects can be my witnesses. I will give your sect 1 month to find a replacement. After 1 month, I believe Xianling sect will be able to maintain its position in the North Sea." Enlightened Master Lin didn't have the mood to stay any longer. After he agreed, he left with Zhong Weiqing and the others, who looked as if they had lost their parents, and left with half of the spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Junling won the Battle of Treasures, and Xianling sect lost completely. Chapter 106. On the way back to Junling, perfected Guo Xianshan asked, "Kid, when I saw Xianling sect showing off with the fallen adamantine, the other kids were calm. Obviously, they knew you had something better than the fallen adamantine. But when you took out the core melting flame, they were in disbelief. Why?" Lu Ping looked at Guo Xianshan in surprise. He initially thought that Enlightened Master Liu would be the one to reveal this flaw, but he didn't expect Enlightened Master Guo to have such sharp eyes. These Enlightened Masters had spent hundreds of years to reach where they were today, and during this time, they had experienced many storms. None of them were easy to deal with. Lu Ping knew these things couldn't be kept a secret. He was only planning how to get the most out of the sect's cooperation with the sect. Lu Ping didn't say anything. He quietly took out a jade essence bottle from his storage bag. As soon as the jade essence bottle appeared, Zhenren Guo gasped. Even Zhenren Liu, who had always been elegant, felt his face burning. Enlightened Master Liu took the jade essence bottle from Lu Ping's hand, opened the cork, and shouted excitedly, "Spirit forging pellet. There are 8 of them." "What?" Perfected Guo couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait to take the bottle from Perfected Liu and confirm it again. "It really is the spirit forging pill." The 2 perfected masters calmed down immediately. Perfected Liu said, "You all thought Lu Ping would take out the spirit forging pill in the treasure competition, right? In that case, the earth core melting flame was obtained by Lu Ping alone." Everyone nodded. Perfected Liu said seriously, "It's good that Lu Ping didn't take out the spirit forging pill in the treasure competition. Let's stop talking about the spirit forging pill today. The 11 of you have never obtained any spirit forging pill from Fei Ling Island. Do you understand? Lu Ping and the others quickly nodded. They were curious about the spirit forging pill's use. Perfected Guo said, with this bottle of spirit forging pill, senior brother Jiang's chances of breaking through to the Dharma phase will be much higher. Daoist Master Liu also smiled and said, I've already sent out the news. I'm afraid senior brother Jiang already knows that we have obtained the spirit forging pill. Then, he looked at the confused expressions on Lu Ping and the others' faces. He smiled and said, this spirit forging pill can increase the quality of a core forging cultivator's golden core and increase the chances of advancing. It is the most important pill for core forging cultivators to increase their cultivation level. However, its main use is when a late core forging cultivator uses a spirit treasure to forge his golden core for the third time to break through to the Dharma stage. Therefore, although this bottle does not contain Dharma pills, the value of the spirit forging pills is even higher than normal Dharma pills. As for spirit treasures, anything below the earth grade is not as valuable as these 8 spirit forging pills. Once everyone returned to Qianling Mountain, Lu Ping was summoned by Perfected Jiang Xianlin. Perfected Jiang Xuanlin's cave was located on the mountainside closest to the peak of Qianling Mountain. This also showed Perfected Jiang Xuanlin's status among the core forging cultivators. Perfected Jiang Xianlin looked at the spirit forging pills in his hand and said, 8 spirit forging pills. At least 2 late core forging cultivators will owe you a favor. You also have a heaven and earth spirit fire that can help a mid-core forging cultivator, and a few bottles of core forging pills. Even I am jealous of you. Tell me, kid, what do you want? This was exactly what Lu Ping was waiting for. He didn't hesitate to reveal the earth core melting flame in the treasure competition. Other than the fact that he had a better indigo spirit fire and that he didn't cultivate a fire elemental cultivation technique, the most important reason was that he wanted to exchange it with the sect. It was impossible to play tricks with these perfected cultivators. Lu Ping said without hesitation, I want a piece of soul-nurturing wood. Perfected Jiang Xianlin pointed at Lu Ping and smiled. I knew you wouldn't be easy to get rid of. You brought a piece of soul-nurturing wood that is of the same grade as the earth core melting flame. Fine, for the sake of this spirit forging pill, this old Daoist can only put aside his old face and help you. Fortunately, your actions on Fei Ling Island this time have helped our sect gain face and benefits. There should be a few people who will speak up for you. Lu Ping hurriedly thanked Perfected Jiang Xianlin. Perfected Jiang waved his hand and said, You have made a great contribution this time. The sect will definitely reward you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep those 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Our sect's pill refiners will come looking for you soon. As for how you will bargain with those sect masters, that will depend on your ability. The sect's rewards came quickly. Wei Ziheng and the others each received a high-grade spirit stone and 5 bottles of blood condensation realm pills. They were also allowed to enter the blood condensation realm's vault to choose 3 items. Lu Ping's reward was slightly more generous. Other than a piece of mystic-class mid-tier soul-nurturing wood, there was also a high-grade spirit stone and 50 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Lu Ping chose to postpone his 3 trips to the blood condensation realm's vault. He was only at the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm, and he had enough pills and magic tools for the next 2 years. He was in no hurry to choose. Because of Perfected Master Guo's approval, Lu Ping kept half of the 60 bottles of blood condensation realm pills he obtained. Because of the 5 bottles of core forging realm pills, he added another 10 bottles. Lu Ping kept 2,300 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 40 stalks of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. As expected, these items attracted pill refiner Zhenling's attention. You're the kid who got lucky on Fei Ling Island, right? Give me all your 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. I have a few bottles of blood condensation realm pills with me. It's enough for you to cultivate for a year. Oh right. I'll take the 500-year-old spiritual herbs with me too. I'll leave a few more bottles for you. Lu Ping looked at the man in front of him. He looked dignified, but in reality, he was full of arrogance. He said indifferently, I'm sorry, I still need these spiritual herbs for practice. I can't leave them for you. The arrogant pill refiner was choked to death. He pointed at Lu Ping and stammered, You, for a long time, but no words came out. Lu Ping turned around and left Tianling Mountain. He heard the pill refiner's exasperated voice coming from behind him. You bastard, you think you can become a pill refiner? Do you have a master's inheritance? Do you know the rules of the pill refiner profession? Who uses 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for practice? What a joke. What a waste of resources. Kid, don't run. You're provoking a pill refiner. As long as you're in Zhenling, don't even think of getting a single pill refiner from Zhenling. Not far away, perfected Master Jiang Shenlin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and returned to his cave abode. Lu Ping didn't expect a pill refiner from his sect to be so domineering. Were all pill refiners in the cultivation world so domineering? It seemed like the high status of pill refiners had made them forget themselves. This time, Lu Ping had offended a pill refiner from Zhenling sect. His future cultivation would be hindered. Fortunately, he had accumulated some resources, so he wouldn't be lacking in cultivation resources for the next 2 years. Moreover, he had obtained some pill refinement jade slips and even some pill recipes from Failing Island. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult for him to pass this stage. The soul-nurturing wood was a kind of spiritual item that had great effects on the recovery and nurturing of divine sense. Lu Ping used it to perform the soul-splitting secret technique to expand the strength of his divine sense. The soul-splitting secret technique was an extremely cruel secret technique. It required a person to tear a piece of their divine sense and nurture it in the soul-nurturing wood. Moreover, this secret technique could only be used once. When the torn piece of divine sense accumulated in the soul-nurturing wood had reached half of the cultivator's original divine sense, the split piece of divine sense would be fed back to the cultivator's original divine sense. Only then would the divine sense be expanded by half. Lu Ping had been practicing the soul-nurturing technique for more than a year. After breaking through to the third layer of the blood condensation realm, his divine sense had grown from 60 meters to 64 meters. Feeling the strands of divine sense leaving his body and wrapping around the soul-nurturing wood, Lu Ping finally experienced the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was the most primitive kind of pain that came from the inside out. Lu Ping felt that the phrase unbearable pain wasn't enough to describe his current state. When Lu Ping thought about how many more times he would have to experience this kind of pain, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. However, when he thought about the arrogant and domineering attitude of pill refiners, Lu Ping had no choice but to endure this kind of pain. Who asked him to not be controlled by others? Fortunately, Lu Ping had brought back a large amount of century-old spiritual herbs. He could use them to concoct blood-refining realm pills and use them to hone his alchemy skills. After returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping quickly went into closed-door cultivation. The ice river formation was always active. After breaking through on Failing Island, Lu Ping had been in a constant state of tension. He was constantly on guard against the dangers around him. There was no time for systematic cultivation. Even when he recovered his spiritual energy, he had to rely on the help of the essence recovery pill. The cave abode was peaceful. After Lu Ping buried the 2 spirit-gathering pearls in the spirit vein, they gradually fused with it. The density of the spiritual energy in the cave abode slowly increased. Although this state was very slow and subtle, Lu Ping would notice the obvious difference after a period of time. When the 2 condensed blood pearls completely fused with each other, he would be able to sit on 4 miniature spirit veins. His cultivation speed would also be greatly improved. As the biggest contributor to Lu Ping's trip to Failing Island, Dabao went to sleep as soon as he returned to Huangli Island. It was as if he wanted to pay back all the hard work he had done in the past 10 days. The sea turtle was very comfortable floating in the spirit spring in the cave abode. It was named Dague by Lu Ping. As Lu Ping's strongest pet, Lu Ping had already prepared a condensed blood pill for it to advance to the blood condensation realm. What made Lu Ping happy were the 3 green sea snake eggs. Under Lu Ping's meticulous care, the 3 treasures were finally on the verge of hatching. They were placed in the middle of the spirit spring and swayed from time to time, indicating that the population of the cave abode was about to increase. Chapter 107. In the only high-level cultivator's cave abode on Failing Island, Lu Ping obtained 5 treasures. The first was naturally the spirit forging pill, the second was the large spatial magic tool, 1,000 stalks of millet in a book. This magic tool was originally a spirit herb garden, but it was refined into a book by a powerful cultivator of Failing sect. The spirit herb garden in this spatial magic tool was 5 acres in size, but only 1 acre was planted with spirit herbs. There were about 40,000-year-old spirit herbs and more than 300 500-year-old spirit herbs. Because these spirit herbs were inside the magic tool, during the treasure battle, Lu Ping didn't collect the spirit herbs inside the magic tool. Thus, the enlightened masters present didn't notice that Lu Ping had such a heaven-like magic tool. After returning to his cave abode, Lu Ping reopened the magic tool and placed it on top of his own spirit herb garden. However, the spirit herb garden in this magic tool could not be expanded. This magic tool could directly connect with the spirit vein and absorb spirit energy to make the spirit herbs grow. However, the spirit vein in Lu Ping's cave abode was only enough for Lu Ping's cultivation. It was not enough to support more consumption of this magic tool. Thus, the spirit herb garden in this magic tool could only be expanded to 1 acre in size. However, the mature spirit herbs had already been collected by Lu Ping and new spirit herbs were planted. The third treasure was the praying mat that Lu Ping was sitting on. Strictly speaking, this praying mat was a formation plate. The spirit energy it could gather was far more than the small spirit gathering array praying mat that Lu Ping obtained from Lin Sheng. The fourth treasure was a jade box covered with restrictions. Lu Ping had tried to remove the restrictions on it, but no matter if he used his spiritual sense or magic power, there was no movement from the restrictions. It was obvious that Lu Ping's cultivation was not high enough, which made Lu Ping quite depressed. The fifth treasure was the jade slip in Lu Ping's hand. This jade slip recorded a cultivation method called Art of Flying Spirits Treading the Sea. This method attracted Lu Ping because it had the same origin as the art of listening to waves that Lu Ping cultivated. The method of cultivation was similar, but the final result was very different. The sea wave listening spell focused on the accumulation of magic power during cultivation. It pursued the magic power in the body to be like a great river that flowed into the sea. It was also like the sea. Under the calm surface, there was a great amount of energy. It was a kind of comprehension of water itself. It was a kind of king's cultivation method of water attribute. However, the art of soaring spirits ocean dance was different. It focused on the violent circulation of transcendence energy during cultivation. It pursued the transcendence energy within one's body to engulf everything like a raging torrent. It was also like an enraged sea that would stir up monstrous waves and destroy everything. It was a kind of mastery of water itself. It was an overbearing water attribute cultivation technique. Lu Ping kept trying to figure out the two methods, and he was more and more sure that the two methods had the same origin. There must be a close connection between the two, and they might even be the same method. Could it be that my sect's art of listening to waves itself was the inheritance of Failing Island? Thinking about how the art of listening to waves appeared in my sect and was gradually perfected, it was a Dharma plane cultivator from 3,000 years ago, Laozu. It was after the destruction of Failing sect. Lu Ping's confidence increased a little. However, if these two cultivation methods were separated, then what was the reason for the separation? Lu Ping couldn't figure it out himself, so he might as well cultivate it himself and find out. Lu Ping circulated the two methods in his body at the same time, and he discovered that the two methods were like water from the same origin. The magic power produced quickly merged in his blood vessels, and there was no distinction between them. Strands of even thicker and purer magic power were born in his blood vessels, and gathered in the condensed blood pearl in his core space. This newly born magic power was even purer and thicker than the magic power that Lu Ping had cultivated before, and it was even more powerful when it was circulated. It contained an explosive and destructive aura, which was clearly a characteristic of the art of flying spirits dancing the sea. These two methods were definitely a higher level of magic power. Lu Ping was now sure of this. However, due to the interaction between the two techniques, the circulation speed of the magic power was reduced by half. Although each strand of magic power that was produced was powerful, the amount of magic power that was produced was halved compared to cultivating the waterfront wave listening mantra alone. In other words, when Lu Ping cultivated the two methods at the same time, the power and density of the magic power increased by half, but the speed of cultivation slowed down by 4 times. Lu Ping hesitated. By combining the two cultivation techniques, one's foundation would be more solid and their strength would be more powerful. However, the cultivation time would be 4 times longer. For cultivators who pursued longevity and were in a constant race against time, this was clearly a test. Perhaps this was the reason why the senior cultivators split this cultivation technique into 2. Lu Ping weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided to combine the two methods. Since there was a better one, why should he use the one that was 1 level lower? This was what Lu Ping thought. After Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, he went into closed-door cultivation. He wanted to combine the two methods, and at the same time, he wanted to reorganize his third-layer blood condensation cultivation. He also wanted to recondense the 3 condensed blood pearls that were formed from cultivating the art of listening to waves, and replace them with the art of listening to waves that Lu Ping had named. This also meant that Lu Ping's cultivation would not improve in the near future. Because Lu Ping currently only had the art of listening to waves for the blood condensation stage, and the art of flying spirits dancing the sea was a complete technique for the late Dharma stage. Therefore, Lu Ping could only refine the art of listening to waves to the blood condensation stage, and the 8 arts of listening to waves became the 12 arts of North Sea. 4 of the 8 spells of the art of listening to waves for the blood condensation stage were the same as the 8 spells of the art of flying spirits dancing the sea for the blood condensation stage. This was also the basis for Lu Ping to confirm that the two came from the same source. Lu Ping cultivated the North Sea Wave Listening Scripture again and replaced the 3 condensed blood pearls with the North Sea Wave Listening Scripture, S Arcane Energy. This was a long and arduous process. Lu Ping's previous cultivation speed was already quite fast, but now, he wasn't in a rush. Under the protection of the Ice River Slaughter Array, he peacefully cultivated in seclusion. With the huge amount of century-old spiritual herbs, Lu Ping's alchemy skills finally had another breakthrough. Lu Ping had finally consolidated a 50% success rate for the late blood-refining stage pills. All the blood-refining pills in Huangli Island's Talisman Pavilion were refined by Lu Ping. After the sea ban was lifted, the cultivators finally passed the initial probing period. A large number of cultivators began to flood into the buffer zone, and the momentum was still expanding. Huangli Island gradually became prosperous. The cultivators who stayed on the island gradually changed from the blood-refining realm to the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping, Hu Lili, and Chen Lian's shops also started to make profits. The 20,000 spirit stones that Lu Ping spent were also gradually being recovered. Li Ziming, Lin Shang, and the others who initially mocked Lu Ping for wasting spirit stones shut their mouths. They regretted not renting a few shops in the first place, but it was too late. The cultivator merchants with keen senses had already bought up all the shops on Huangli Island. In the beginning, Hu Lili was also skeptical about Lu Ping's generosity. Later on, she saw that Huangli Island was becoming more and more prosperous. First, Lu Ping went to Fei Ling Island, then he went into closed-door cultivation after he came back. He didn't care about the shops at all, so Hu Lili had no choice but to take over. Soon, she became addicted to the feeling of earning spirit stones. She managed the 3 shops, including Chen Lian's, in an orderly manner. Chen Lian joked several times that Hu Lili was becoming more and more like a lady boss. At first, Hu Lili blushed, but later on, she just let it be. In the end, she even sneered at Chen Lian, saying that she was willing to be a lady boss for so many spirit stones. This made Chen Lian speechless. Li Ziming and his son were envious of the 3 people's properties in the market square. They knew that the 3 shops were nominally owned by the 3 people, but in fact, Lu Ping paid the rent alone. Therefore, after Lu Ping went to Failing Island, they hoped that Lu Ping would die on Failing Island. In this way, they could use some means to take over the 3 shops. Later, Lu Ping returned safely from Failing Island. The father and son were disappointed, so they came up with another plan. They reported to the sect that Huangli Island's market square was becoming more and more prosperous. They hoped that the sect could take back all the shops that were rented out and send cultivators to manage them for the sect. Li Ziming was quite clever. He knew that the large shops on the island had powerful backers and weren't people he could afford to offend. In his report, he only mentioned the scattered shops. These were small businesses of ordinary cultivators and wouldn't involve any major powers. His goal was naturally to deal with Lu Ping and the others. As for who would be sent to manage the shops after they were taken back, besides Li Ziming, who was currently in charge of Huangli Island, who else could it be? After Lu Ping heard about these matters from Hu Lili, he disdainfully smiled and said, "Let them be, there is no need to pay attention to them." Sure enough, after Li Ziming's report was submitted to Shenqi Island, Master Immortal Liu handed it over to Daoist Chu. Daoist Chu didn't even look at it and casually threw it away. Li Ziming's report disappeared. After Lu Ping returned to Shenqi Island, he gave all the jade slips about formations to Hu Lili as a gift. At the same time, he also gave the Water Mist Pavilion's cultivator a formation plate and a magic tool. This made Hu Lili quite happy, and she hurriedly brought these things back to her cave residence to study. As for Chen Lian, Lu Ping directly gave him some of the spiritual materials he obtained on Failing Island as samples for him to study. This caused Chen Lian to look at Lu Ping in confusion and ask, "Did you kill people on Failing Island and rob them?" This half-correct statement made Lu Ping quite depressed. He originally wanted to give Chen Lian a high-grade crafting furnace, but he decided to wait for now. Although Chen Lian's smithing skills weren't low, using a high-grade crafting furnace at the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm was still a bit difficult. Moreover, people would covet it in the future. Chapter 108. The 12th of April was the first day of the blood condensation realm auction on Dikuan Island. Due to the lifting of the sea restriction, the scale of this auction was unprecedented. Not only did the number of cultivators increase, but a batch of precious spiritual materials obtained by the cultivators who went out to sea for the past half a year would also be auctioned off. This greatly enriched the contents of the auction. Originally, Lu Ping didn't plan to attend this auction. His North Sea wave listening technique was at a crucial point in refining his arcane energy. Moreover, Lu Ping didn't have any cultivation resources that he urgently needed. However, on the eve of the auction, Yarrow Yong, Du Feng, Shilingling, Zhong Jian, Ma Yu, Leng Qian, Niu Dazhuang, and Zheng Jie all came to Huangli Island at the same time. Yarrow Yong and the others were naturally there to invite Lu Ping and Hu Lili to join them. Niu Dazhuang and Zheng Jie, on the other hand, were there to look for Hu Lili. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Ping had no choice but to come out of seclusion. He called Chen Lian along and the 11 of them headed to Dikuan Island. The auction hall was already packed with people. The multi-treasure pavilion quickly expanded the auction hall's size, but it was still crowded. Lu Ping looked around and estimated that there were more than 1,000 blood condensation realm cultivators in the auction hall. Shilingling complained, "Why are there so many people? If only we were in the blood refining realm, we could go straight to the VIP rooms. But now that we're in the blood condensation realm, we can't do that. The adults in my family think that my cultivation is too low and won't give me an invitation. They want me to attend with them. I won't." Everyone knew that Shilingling's identity wasn't ordinary, and he was also the youngest among them. They smiled and listened to his complaints. Ever since the sea ban was lifted, everyone's cultivation base had improved. Not only had Lu Ping reached the 3rd layer blood condensation realm, but Yarrow Yong, Du Feng, and Zhong Jian had also successfully broken through to the 2nd layer. Although Ma Yu hadn't broken through to the 3rd layer, she was already at the peak of the 2nd layer. Hu Lili broke through to the blood condensation realm later, but she was now at the peak of the 1st layer. Shilingling, Leng Qian, Zheng Jie, and Niu Dazhuang had just advanced. Most of the cultivators attending the auction were at the mid-stage blood condensation realm and above. Early-stage blood condensation realm cultivators were rarely seen. After all, the auction was for elites or wealthy cultivators. Shi Lingling and the other early-stage blood condensation realm minor repairs cultivators naturally weren't noticed by the management. Just when everyone was about paying the entrance fee of 500 spirit stones and going to a corner of the auction, ping-ping of the auction hall, the entrance, and blood of the auction were sent. Of the auction. When the guard saw Lu Ping's invitation card, he ignored the fact that these cultivators were only early blood condensation realm cultivators and quickly said politely, "This is a VIP invitation card. You can enjoy the VIP room. Please follow me." Everyone looked at Lu Ping in surprise. Lu Ping shrugged and said, "I often buy things here. I'm familiar with the manager here, so I asked for an invitation." Shi Lingling giggled and said, "As if I'd believe you." The group followed the pavilion of multi-treasures guard to a teleportation array. The guard said, "This teleportation array is specially built to keep the identities of our VIPs secret. Your invitation is the activation talisman for the teleportation array. It can send you to any room you want. Even our multi-treasures pavilion doesn't know the room number of your room." Everyone was impressed by the multi-treasures pavilion's meticulousness. When the 11 of them arrived at the teleportation array, the invitation in Lu Ping's hand flashed. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in room 19. Through the room, they could see the huge auction hall filled with thousands of blood condensation cultivators. After everyone found their seats, the stone table in the middle of the room suddenly flashed and 11 jade teacups appeared on it. Green smoke rose from the teacups. These were the cloud-opening tea that Lu Ping used to serve Hu Lili. At first, everyone was not used to this kind of setting, especially when Lu Ping had an invitation. Everyone was curious about his identity. Unknowingly, Lu Ping seemed to have become a stranger in their eyes. Even a simple and honest person like Niu Dazhuang was very reserved in this room. Hu Lili giggled and said, "This should be the trading platform used by the auction hall. After a cultivator makes a bid, they can place their spirit stones on this small teleportation platform. After the auction house receives the spirit stones, the items won by the cultivator will be sent to the room through the teleportation platform." As Hu Lili spoke, she passed the tea to everyone in the room. Hu Lili was knowledgeable and had a glib tongue. She was the best at adjusting the atmosphere. After a while, everyone in the room was chatting and laughing. Soon, they forgot about the invitation. Even Niu Dazhuang, Zheng Jie, and Chen Lian, the 3 new cultivators, quickly became familiar with each other. Actually, Lu Ping didn't have any special status. It was just that he had a record of spending money at the auction when he was still in the blood refining realm. After he entered the blood condensation realm, he had a few large transactions with the store of bountiful treasures. Steward Jiao, who was in charge of his transactions, valued him very much and gave him an invitation. However, this invitation involved Xianling sect's Qiao Shipeng's 3 condensed blood pearls, so it wasn't convenient for Lu Ping to explain. The auction soon announced the start of the auction. Everyone in the room was attracted by the items that were going to be auctioned. Only Lu Ping didn't pay much attention to these things. He quietly cultivated in the room, condensing the arcane energy of the North Sea wave listening technique. At the same time, he opened the spirit beast pouch. 3 small snakes, each about a foot long, with crystal clear surfaces, slithered out and coiled around Lu Ping's right hand. These 3 little snakes were hatched from Lu Ping's 3 green sea snake eggs. During the hatching process, Lu Ping had been using his arcane energy to strengthen the egg's vitality and shorten the hatching process. Therefore, the 3 little snakes were very familiar with and infatuated with Lu Ping's aura. They treated Lu Ping like their own parents. The 3 little snakes were green in color, blue in color, and white in color. Lu Ping named them Lu Bai, Lu Hai, and Lu Ling respectively, taking the meaning of green sea snake. When everyone in the room saw that Lu Ping had raised 3 snakes as spirit beast pets, a few ladies even ridiculed Lu Ping's bad taste for keeping such gloomy and terrifying demon beasts as spirit beasts. When everyone saw the 3 beautiful, crystal-like little snakes, they began to be amazed at the cuteness of the 3 spirit snakes. However, everyone had a natural fear of snakes, so they only looked at them from afar and didn't touch them. The young green sea snakes were not much different from ordinary snake demons. Therefore, among the crowd, even Lily didn't realize that these 3 little snakes were the famous green sea snakes among the demon beasts. Lu Ping fed the 3 spirit snakes 3 pills that he had specially refined for them. He also fed them some of the young demon beast meat that he bought from a cultivator in the buffer zone. Seeing that the 3 little snakes were full and didn't move, Lu Ping kept them into his spirit beast pouch. At this time, the auction house was auctioning a high-grade flying sword. Lu Ping took a look and found that it was inferior to his soaring sword, so he felt a little disdainful. However, Lily and the others were watching with great interest. 6,200 spirit stones. This fellow Daoist has bid 6,200 spirit stones. Are there any other fellow Taoists present who would like to bid? This is a high-grade fire attribute flying sword that was refined using high-grade spiritual material, fire iron. It's of high quality and is the first choice for blood condensation cultivators who cultivate fire attribute cultivation techniques. The auctioneer was Manager Jiao, whom Lu Ping was familiar with. Yao Yong was quite interested in this flying sword. However, he was already enlightened Master Chu Xuancheng's disciple. Enlightened Master Chu had already promised to reward him with a fire attribute high-grade magic artifact after he advanced to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. That was why he didn't participate in the auction. After Manager Jiao's vigorous promotion, the flying sword was finally sold for 7,000 spirit stones. The next item is a top-grade pill suitable for early-stage blood condensation cultivators, the Green Miracle Pill. I believe that even if you haven't seen it before, you should have heard of it. It's one of the top-grade cultivation pills for early-stage blood condensation cultivators. Every pill is 50% more effective than an ordinary early-stage blood condensation cultivator's cultivation pill. I won't say anything else. 5 bottles of Green Miracle pills will be auctioned together. The starting price is 6,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 100 spirit stones. Let's start the bidding now. As soon as Manager Jiao finished speaking, Lu Ping's eyes lit up. This top-grade pill was exactly what he needed right now. Which early-stage blood condensation cultivator wouldn't drool over such a pill? Following the auctioneer's voice, the price of the 5 bottles of Green Miracle pills was raised to 8,000 spirit stones. This price caused many early blood condensation cultivators to shrink back. 8,500 spirit stones. Lu Ping's bid once again shocked everyone in the private room. Lily exclaimed, "Why do you need so many? Didn't you get quite a lot of pills on Failing Island? Besides, you're already at the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm. The pills you have should be enough for you to reach the mid-stage blood condensation realm." Shi Lingling, Ma Yu, and the rest knew that Lu Ping had offended the sect's pill refinement master at Tianling Mountain. Lily had been on Huangli Island for a long time, so she didn't have much information. After listening to Shi Lingling and the rest's explanation, she couldn't help but blame Lu Ping for not knowing how to be patient. In fact, Lu Ping wasn't just preparing for the possibility of trouble from the sect's pill refinement master. Lu Ping was practicing the North Sea wave listening technique again. He needed a large amount of pills to speed up the conversion and condensation of his arcane energy. After everyone knew the reason, they no longer tried to stop Lu Ping from bidding. In the end, the Green Miracle pills were won by Lu Ping for 9,400 spirit stones. Lu Ping placed an interspatial pouch filled with spirit stones on the teleportation platform. Not long after the interspatial pouch disappeared, 5 exquisite jade bottles appeared on the teleportation platform. Lu Ping picked up the jade bottles, opened them, and admired the green medicinal pellets inside. His face lit up with joy. After the Green Miracle pills, the mid-stage and late-stage blood condensation realm cultivation pills were auctioned. When the crowd heard the bids going up to 10,000 spirit stones, they no longer felt that it was extravagant for Lu Ping to spend 9,000 spirit stones on the pills. At this moment, Manager Jo's smile suddenly disappeared. He said solemnly, "Everyone, as we all know, blood condensation cultivators need to replenish their bloodline before they can break through the bottleneck of the middle and late stages of the blood condensation realm. Therefore, every cultivator needs to find a bloodline that is compatible with their foundation bloodline and the cultivation technique they are cultivating." Chapter 109. Manager Jo's calm and collected speech attracted the attention of most of the cultivators present. He continued, "There are generally 3 ways to replenish one's bloodline. The first way is to purchase a bloodline of the same attribute from a cultivator of the same level, which was expelled during the hemolysis process. However, it takes a lot of time and transcendence energy to replenish the transcendence energy within the bloodline. The second way is to concoct a barrier-breaking pill from a cultivator of the same attribute with various rare spirit herbs. This way, the recovery time of the bloodline will be greatly reduced. The third way is the most convenient and most effective. It is to directly obtain a hemolytic bead from a cultivator of the same attribute and fuse it with the transcendence energy within the bloodline. However, this method is the most difficult to achieve. Not only does it require a life-and-death battle between the cultivator and the demonic beast, both cultivators and demonic beasts will shatter the space in their cores before they die, causing the condensed blood pearl to collapse. Therefore, obtaining a condensed blood pearl is extremely difficult. Furthermore, the condensed blood pearl must be of the same attribute as the cultivator. Manager Jo saw that everyone was listening to him attentively. His tone changed and he continued, "However, even though it is extremely difficult to obtain a condensed blood pearl, we have managed to obtain several condensed blood pearls of different attributes and cultivation levels through various channels. Fellow Taoists, please take a look and bid for them." Amidst the gasps of the cultivators in the auction hall, a young female cultivator brought a brocade box to the hands of the auctioneer. When the box was opened, 3 condensed blood pearls the size of soybeans could be seen. Manager Jo said, 3 condensed blood pearls of the Peng bloodline, suitable for cultivators of the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm who have Peng bloodlines of wind, water, or dual attributes to break through to the early stage of the blood condensation realm. The starting price is 15,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500 spirit stones. Everyone, please place your bids. Just as Manager Jo finished speaking, the cultivators in the auction hall began to shout out their bids. 16,000 spirit stones, 17,000 spirit stones, 18,000 spirit stones, I'll take it. These 3 condensed blood beads were the condensed blood beads that Lu Ping had entrusted the multi-treasure pavilion to auction off from Qiao Shipeng. Lu Ping didn't expect an early blood refining realm condensed blood bead to drive the cultivators into such a frenzy. He stared blankly at the auction. Shi Lingling and the others, on the other hand, were admiring the bids and the red-faced expressions of the cultivators in the auction hall. For them, the most important thing in this auction was to increase their knowledge, not to participate in the auction. Even with their financial resources, they could not participate in it. Take Hu Lily for example. In terms of knowledge, no one in the private room could compare to her. But when it came to real treasures and spirit materials, Hu Lily's knowledge came from jade scrolls and books, while Lu Ping's knowledge came from the real thing. Thus, even though Hu Lily already knew the items in the auction hall, she still couldn't take her eyes off them. On the other hand, Lu Ping had long lost interest in the auction hall. In the end, the 3 condensed blood pearls were won by a cultivator in a private room for 21,000 spirit stones. Half an hour later, the transportation platform in room 19 flashed, and a bag of spirit stones appeared on it. Lu Ping took the bag and looked at it. Then, he nonchalantly transferred the spirit stones inside into his storage ring. The auction continued. 2 more condensed blood pearls were auctioned off. The first was for 2 4th-layer condensed blood pearls, which were even more ideal for breaking through to the mid-blood condensation realm than 3rd-layer condensed blood pearls. They were sold for a high price of 28,000 spirit stones. The second auction was for 6 6th-layer condensed blood pearls. They were sold to a cultivator in the first private room for a whopping price of 66,000 spirit stones. This made Shilingling and the others exclaim in admiration. Manager Jiao of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion inadvertently revealed to the crowd that some of the condensed blood pearls came from the demon territory after the sea restrictions were lifted. This caused a huge commotion among the cultivators. Lu Ping and the others could already imagine that after the auction, the number of cultivators entering the demon territory would reach a new peak. As expected, the following items in the auction were all specialties from the demon territory. Large quantities of high-quality skin, tendons, bones, meat, and blood from mid and late blood condensation realm demonic beasts were auctioned off. The unique spirit herbs, spirit materials, and spirit ores from the demon territory also shocked the cultivators. Under Manager Jiao's instigation, the demon territory had become a paradise for cultivators to strike it rich. They selectively ignored the dangers of the demon territory. Fellow Taoists, the next auction item is a high-grade defensive magic artifact. As the manager spoke, he took a light blue shield from the hands of a young female cultivator beside him. He then introduced, this water-repellent shield was refined using the condensed blood bead of a demon beast in the sea and the high-grade water attribute spirit material, glazed crystal iron. It's a rare high-quality high-grade defensive magic tool, and it can give the cultivator using it a true sense of security. Lu Ping ignored Manager Jiao's incessant introduction and asked Chen Lian directly, "What do you think of this magic artifact?" When Chen Lian heard Lu Ping's question, he knew that Lu Ping lacked a defensive magic artifact. After listening to Manager Jiao's introduction, he was probably tempted. Chen Lian carefully looked at the water-repellent shield in Manager Jiao's hands and said with a hint of regret, "This magic artifact is not bad among high-grade magic artifacts. However, due to the forging method, it will be difficult to upgrade it to a top-grade magic artifact in the future." Lu Ping nodded and said, "It's fine if it can't be upgraded. It's just a transition anyway. With a tool refiner like you by my side, do I have to worry about not having a top-grade magic artifact in the future?" Chen Lian hurriedly shook his head and said, "Don't. Although I know the forging method for top-grade magic artifacts, with my current second-layer blood condensation realm cultivation, it will be difficult for me to forge high-grade magic artifacts. If you want to forge a top-grade magic artifact, you should look for my old man." Lu Ping smiled and said, "I can't use top-grade mystic instruments yet. But when I'm able to use top-grade mystic instruments, maybe you, great blacksmith Chen, won't be able to refine top-grade mystic instruments anymore." Chen Lian curled his lips and said, "With your cultivation speed, I'm afraid that by the time you reach the late blood condensation realm, I'll be lucky if I can reach the mid-blood condensation realm." Chen Lian's words immediately resonated with everyone in the private room. They all criticized Lu Ping's unimaginable cultivation speed and how he left his friends far behind. Zhong Jian said, "I don't know how you cultivate, but not only is your cultivation speed fast, your spiritual energy is also strong. You can already use high-grade magic artifacts with ease at the third layer of the blood condensation realm. I'm afraid that we will only be able to use high-grade magic artifacts normally after we reach the mid-blood condensation realm." Everyone felt the same way. Lu Ping only smiled silently. Others didn't know that he had already changed his cultivation technique to the North Sea wave listening technique. In the future, his cultivation speed would probably be greatly reduced, and he would fall behind others. Of course, Lu Ping was also confident that even if his cultivation fell behind others, his strength wouldn't decrease. Instead, it would increase by a lot. The water-repellent shield started with a starting price of 5,000 spirit stones. The minimum requirement for a high-grade magic artifact was around 3,000 spirit stones. Defensive magic artifacts were naturally more expensive. However, even though the water-repellent shield was of good quality, it could no longer be improved. Hence, the starting price was only 5,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the bidding price had already risen to 8,000 spirit stones. Lu Ping thought for a moment and directly called out a bid of 9,000 spirit stones. After Lu Ping's bid came out, the bidding quieted down. When someone else called out another bid, the number of people had already decreased by more than half. Clearly, The identity of the cultivator in the private room still made the cultivators in the private room apprehensive. 9,200 spirit stones. Lu Ping looked at the middle of the private room and saw a middle-aged cultivator in the mid-blood condensation realm. Who else could it be other than Li Ziming? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu Ping smiled silently. Hu Lili was observing Lu Ping's expression. When she saw the change in his expression, she also looked at the middle of the private room and smiled. What a coincidence. Everyone asked for the reason, and Hu Lili told them about the incident between the Li family and Lu Ping on Huangli Island. Yaro Yong muttered, the Li family is considered a medium-sized dependent family in Zhenling. It's said that they have 2 core forging realm cultivators. Junior martial brother, you have to be careful in the future. Don't fall into the schemes of despicable people. Shi Lingling said disdainfully, it's just a small Li family. What can they do to an inner disciple of our sect? This junior martial brother Li Cheng is also a little famous in the group. His cultivation speed isn't slow either. I heard that he's about to break through to the blood condensation realm, but he's so narrow-minded. It's just a ranking competition. Why bother about it until now? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other with a bitter smile. From Shi Lingling's usual behavior, everyone could tell that her status in the sect was not simple. Moreover, she was young and inexperienced. She could ignore the Li clan, but the others had to consider the weight of the Li clan's 2 core forging enlightened masters. Lu Ping looked at Li Ziming's expressionless bid and said calmly, 9,500 spirit stones. Li Ziming paused for a moment, as if he was calculating something, and then hesitantly quoted a price of 9,600 spirit stones. Everyone could tell from his tone that Li Ziming's price had reached the limit. Lu Ping didn't hesitate to increase the bid by 10,000 spirit stones. Li Ziming heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Lu Ping frowned and saw Li Ziming turn around to look at Lu Ping's private room. Li Ziming's expression revealed a hint of joy, surprise, mockery, and even a hint of pride. Hu Lili had been paying attention to the scene since Lu Ping and Li Ziming started fighting. She also saw Li Ziming's expression, so she turned to look at Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled helplessly at her. I'm afraid we fell into his trap. Hu Lili nodded. It should be the Li family's own magic tool. Everyone quickly asked for the reason. After listening to Hu Lili's explanation, they all said it was a pity and scolded Li Ziming for being cunning. Lu Ping didn't take it to heart. This kind of method wasn't despicable. If it was his own item being auctioned, he would have raised the price several times. Profit was always like this. After a while, Lu Ping paid the spirit stones and received the water repellent shield. Chen Lian held it in his hand and inspected it. Although the price is a bit high, the quality of this magic tool is not bad. 10,000 spirit stones is not a loss. Chapter 110. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a batch of high-quality spirit ores. First, I'll bring 100 catties of refined high-grade spirit material, spirit impassive soil. Chen Lian heard about the spirit impassive soil and smiled at Lu Ping. It's our turn. Lu Ping laughed, and Hu Lili asked, where did you get the spirit impassive soil? How come I don't know about it? Chen Lian said, junior martial brother Lu found some spirit impassive soil ores, and I helped him refine it. There's quite a lot of it, so I'm planning to auction some. Shi Lingling rolled her eyes at Lu Ping, and said, there's quite a lot of good stuff. Everyone else felt the same way. Manager Jiao continued to introduce, this 100 catties of refined spirit impassive soil is refined from 1,000 catties of spirit impassive soil ores. Through the method of refining, the person who refined it has a good foundation in tool refining. This 100 catties of refined spirit impassive soil is also very pure, and it's a good material for refining high-grade earth attribute defensive magic tools. The starting price is 4,000 spirit stones, and each increment is no less than 100 spirit stones. Everyone, please bid. Spirit impassive soil was a type of spirit ore commonly used to refine earth attribute defensive magic tools. The quality of defensive magic tools made from it was also quite high. Adding another 100 catties of spirit impassive soil was enough to refine 2 high-grade magic tools. Therefore, it attracted many cultivators to bid, and the price quickly rose from 4,000 to 7,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Chen Lian suddenly said, "Oh no." Everyone was shocked, and quickly asked what was going on. Chen Lian smiled bitterly. "One of the cultivators bidding below is my father." Lu Ping heard this, and looked at the red-faced elder who just bid 7,200 spirit stones. Who else could it be but old Chen? Coincidentally, one of the cultivators bidding against old Chen was Li Ziming, the one who accidentally tricked Lu Ping with the water-repellent shield. At this moment, Chen Lian helplessly smiled at Lu Ping, and said, "If my father knows that we earned his spirit stones, he'll definitely think of a way to get back at us." Everyone found it funny. This time, it was a coincidence. Lu Ping gestured for them to calm down. Next, he brought out the VIP invitation card from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and said a few words into it. Next, he formed a few hand seals and light flashed out from the surface of the invitation card. As everyone was wondering what Lu Ping was doing, one of the attendants from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion walked over to Elder Chen's seat and said something. Elder Chen then cast a surprised glance at the private room where Lu Ping and the others were seated. After that, he sat down and stopped bidding. Shi Lingling and the others all asked Lu Ping what was going on. Lu Ping held the invitation in his hand and said, "It's nothing much. This invitation can be used as a voice transmission talisman to communicate with the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion at any time during the auction. It's just a privilege of being a VIP." But Chen Lian said, "Do you still have spirit ash soil? Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to my old man." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, I still have some." At this time, Li Ziming's bid had already reached 7,500 spirit stones. There were only a few cultivators competing with him. Lu Ping suddenly said, "I bid 7,600 spirit stones." Everyone in the private room looked at Lu Ping in surprise. Naturally, they knew that Lu Ping wanted to take revenge for Li Ziming's scheme. Zhang Jie, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly said, "This debt of 6 months can be repaid quickly." Hu Lili was afraid that Lu Ping would misunderstand. Niu Dazhuang scratched his head and said, "Heh, this Li guy is a good-for-nothing. He deserves to be screwed over this time." Lu Ping turned his head and smiled at Niu Dazhuang. He continued to observe Li Ziming's bid. Li Ziming had obviously been eyeing this 100 jin of spirit ash soil for a long time. He had already raised his bid to 8,000 spirit stones. Chen Lian reminded, "That's about it. 8,000 spirit stones should be the limit of this 100 jin of spirit ash soil. Any higher and it'll scare people away." Lu Ping pondered for a moment and agreed with Chen Lian's suggestion. At this time, Old Man Chen suddenly shouted, 8,100 spirit stones. Chen Lian anxiously said, "What's going on? Why is this old man going at it again? Didn't I tell him not to bid?" Lu Ping looked at Old Man Chen's indifferent face and said, "Don't worry. The old man must have discovered something. Otherwise, with his experience, why would he do something he's not sure of?" Only then did Chen Lian calm down. He understood that his old man was above him in both experience and other aspects. Why would he do something irrational for no reason? Sure enough, Li Ziming, who was calm at first, became slightly annoyed when he heard Old Man Chen's bid. He turned his head and glanced at Old Man Chen. Obviously, Li Ziming knew Old Man Chen, one of the top blacksmiths on Dikuan Island. He knew that Old Man Chen's background was not simple. Li Ziming fiercely turned his head back and raised the bid to 8,500 spirit stones. Everyone praised the old man's skill. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said to Chen Lian, "Old man won't be troubled by the Li clan because of this, right?" Chen Lian indifferently said, "Why would they? It's natural for blacksmiths to bid for blacksmithing materials. Even if they want to cause trouble, our Chen clan will not be afraid of them." Lu Ping knew that Chen Lian's clan was backed by a Zhenling core forging enlightened master. Their background was probably even thicker than the Li clan's. Half an hour later, the 8,000 spirit stones were transferred to the private room. Chen Lian happily took out 4,000 spirit stones. Lu Ping had 100,000 spirit stones now, so 4,000 spirit stones was nothing to him. But for early blood condensation realm cultivators like Chen Lian, it was not a small fortune. After a few spirit materials were auctioned off, Manager Jiao brought out another spirit material and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on display is a top-grade spirit material, deep-sea silver iron. This top-grade spirit material was obtained by a cultivator while exploring the outer sea. I have to say, after the sea restriction was lifted, the outer sea became a paradise for adventuring cultivators. Even a top-grade spirit material like this is often brought to the bountiful treasure pavilion by cultivators to be sold. Top-grade spiritual material, deep-sea silver iron. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 500 spirit stones. Please bid." Chen Lian suddenly said excitedly, "Little Lu, you have to get this deep-sea silver iron. It will be very useful for your high-grade magic artifact, landslide." Lu Ping said doubtfully, "This deep-sea silver iron is also a top-grade spiritual material with the same attribute as the deep-sea cold iron. I already have the deep-sea cold iron, so I don't need this deep-sea silver iron." Chen Lian still said excitedly, "It's not that simple." This time, Multi-Treasure Pavilion really made a mistake. Chen Lian, who was dancing with joy, ignored the astonishment of the people in the private room and said, "Top-grade spirit materials are also divided into grades. The so-called top-grade spirit materials are only used to refine top-grade magic tools, allowing the magic tool to have the possibility of becoming a magic treasure. And this possibility is also divided into different grades." Chen Lian excitedly walked back and forth in the private room, then explained to the crowd, "Generally speaking, top-grade spiritual materials can be divided into 3 grades. Grade 1 spiritual materials are the most common of top-grade spiritual materials, like deep-sea cold iron, deep-sea silver iron, and other natural minerals. Grade 2 spiritual materials are natural minerals that have been purified by external forces, and their quality has improved and mutated. For example, 1,000-year-old peachwood is only a grade 1 top-grade spiritual material. If 1,000-year-old peachwood is still able to grow after being struck by lightning, it will be a grade 2 top-grade spiritual material. After being used to forge magic artifacts, its quality will be much higher than a top-grade magic artifact made from a grade 1 spiritual material." Hearing this, Lu Ping's heart stirred. Among the spiritual materials he had obtained in the secret room of the refining hall on Failing Island, there was 1,000-year-old lightning-struck peachwood. Chen Lian's explanation pulled Lu Ping back from his thoughts. Grade 3 spiritual materials are even more mystical. They are spiritual materials condensed from spiritual objects that have lost their spirituality and degenerated. They are the highest grade of top-grade spiritual materials, and also the best choice for forging magic artifacts. Their rarity is only below that of spiritual objects. Shi Lingling impatiently said, "You've been talking for so long, what does it have to do with the spiritual material on the stage? Right now, the bidding price has reached nearly 20,000 spirit stones, and your father is also bidding." Chen Lian looked at the crowd and saw that Elder Chen was also bidding, so he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I'm saying all this to tell everyone that this piece of deep-sea cold iron is not an ordinary grade 1 top-grade spiritual material, but a type of top-grade 2 top-grade spiritual material that has mutated due to external forces." Chen Lian turned to look at Lu Ping and said, "Originally, whether you use deep-sea cold iron or deep-sea cold iron to upgrade your landslide to a top-grade magic artifact, the difference is not too big. But if you use this kind of mutated deep-sea cold iron to upgrade your landslide, not only will it be more powerful, but when you advance to the core forging stage in the future, it will not be difficult for you to upgrade it to a magic artifact." Lu Ping was very tempted to hear this, but at this time, the auction was still going on. Elder Chen obviously recognized that this piece of deep-sea cold iron was not an ordinary top-grade spiritual material, so he was still bidding at a moderate pace. So, Lu Ping was not in a hurry and asked, "How can you be sure that this piece of deep-sea cold iron is not an ordinary deep-sea cold iron, but a type of mutated deep-sea cold iron?" Chen Lian smiled proudly and said, When my father helped enlightened Yang Nanfei condense a magic artifact, he once saw this kind of mutated deep-sea cold iron. At that time, that piece of deep-sea cold iron was immersed in a kind of mysterious spirit water of heaven and earth for a long time, which caused the mutation. At that time, enlightened Yang Nanfei also used that mysterious spirit water to successfully break through the core forging stage and enter the fourth forging stage. Lu Ping knew that enlightened Yang Nanfei was the person that Elder Chen saved in the past, and he was the biggest backer behind the Chen family, as well as one of the island's enlightened masters. At this time, the bidding price of the deep-sea cold iron had reached 30,000 spirit stones, which was already the limit of ordinary top-grade spiritual materials. At this time, Elder Chen was also looking at the bidding price and frowning. Chen Lian saw his father's expression and turned to Lu Ping and said, "It seems that there are other people in the auction hall who can recognize the value of this item. I'm afraid that my father only has so many spirit stones in his hands. If the price is higher, my father will not be able to afford it." Lu Ping nodded and called a price that once again made everyone in the private room dumbfounded: 40,000 spirit stones. Chapter 111. After the trip to Flying Spirit Island and the rewards from the sect, Lu Ping had about 120,000 spirit stones on him. With the addition of the condensed blood bead and the spirit ash soil from the auction, Lu Ping's net worth was close to 150,000 spirit stones. Excluding the water repellent shield and the green miracle pill, Lu Ping still had 130,000 spirit stones on hand. Thus, it was not a problem for him to take out 40,000 spirit stones to buy this second-grade spiritual material. However, Shi Lingling and the others in the private rooms did not know about Lu Ping's background. They all felt that his bid of 40,000 spirit stones was inconceivable. Although Chen Lian and Hu Lili had a deeper understanding of Lu Ping, they also thought that 40,000 spirit stones was already Lu Ping's limit. Hu Lili said anxiously, "Why did you raise the price so high all of a sudden? Shouldn't you at least leave some spirit stones for emergencies?" After saying this, she gave Chen Lian a reproachful look. Chen Lian was a bit hesitant, but under the pressure of Hu Lili, he still advised, "Brother, take it easy. Although 40,000 spirit stones for a second-grade spiritual material is still profitable, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion." Lu Ping pointed at Old Man Chen. Chen Lian looked over suspiciously, but after hearing Lu Ping's bid, Old Man Chen seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Thus, Old Man Chen chuckled and said no more. Manager Jiao seemed to have sensed something. During a break in the auction, he hurriedly called over a shop assistant and gave a few instructions. The shop assistant then hurried to the back of the auction hall. At this time, the cultivator in private room 13 who had bid against Old Man Chen seemed to be hesitant because of Lu Ping's sudden bid. After a long time, he finally made a bid of 42,000 spirit stones. 45,000 spirit stones, Lu Ping said decisively, taking advantage of his victory. The cultivator in private room 13 finally gave up and did not make another bid. Manager Jiao wanted to say a few more words to stall for time so that the shop assistant backstage could report to him. However, Lu Ping had already seen all of this and said directly, "If no other fellow Taoists bid, can Manager Jiao announce that I am the winner of this spiritual material?" Manager Jiao, who was seen through, was indeed a businessman. He laughed and said, "Of course. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room 19 for winning a piece of deep-sea silver." As soon as Manager Jiao finished speaking, the staff backstage hurriedly rushed to Manager Jiao's side and whispered something into his ear. Manager Jiao's expression remained calm after listening, but Lu Ping could tell from the corner of his eyes that Manager Jiao was probably filled with regret and hatred at the moment. Sure enough, Manager Jiao then praised, "Honored guest number 19 has a keen eye. I hope that everyone here will bid for the items that you like as much as honored guest number 19. After all, spirit stones can be earned, but if you miss out on precious spiritual materials, you won't know when you'll see them again." That's right. That's right. Lu Ping did not mind Manager Jiao's double entendre. The multi-treasures pavilion was so famous among the cultivators naturally had its own rules. Manager Jiao was just feeling a little jealous. If he had discovered earlier that this was a second-grade spiritual material, it would definitely be worth more than 45,000 spirit stones. The auction continued, and large transactions continued. It was clear to Lu Ping that he was only an early blood condensation cultivator. There were many blood condensation cultivators who were richer than him. Once again, Lu Ping's attention was drawn away from his cultivation. The auction was about to auction a pill master's inheritance. This was also an inheritance found in a cultivator's cave in the buffer zone after the sea restriction was lifted. Now, not only were the cultivators who were encouraged by Manager Jiao to bid, but even Lu Ping himself felt that there were many opportunities in the open sea. He could not help but want to explore it. This inheritance was left behind by a blood condensation pill master. It recorded a few blood condensation pill recipes. The starting price was set at 20,000 spirit stones. Once again, people marveled at the transcendent status of pill masters. Lu Ping was also interested in this. He tried to bid twice, and the price quickly rose to 40,000 spirit stones. Lu Ping felt that it was not worth it, so he gave up. In the end, the inheritance was won by a pill master from Zhenling for 50,000 spirit stones. Just as the auction was nearing its end, another item attracted Lu Ping's attention. Therefore, this restriction-breaking talisman made by a core forging enlightened master is very effective in breaking all kinds of restrictions below the core forging realm. It is a must-have item for fellow Taoists when they are out on an adventure. It is a necessary guarantee for fellow Taoists to not return empty-handed. One core forging restriction-breaking talisman, starting price is 20,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500 spirit stones. Please feel free to bid. As soon as Manager Jiao finished speaking, Lu Ping made a bid of 25,000 spirit stones. Zhong Jian asked curiously, "Why do you want to buy this thing?" Yao Yong's eyes lit up. "Did you find a cave dwelling? Or are you planning to go to the buffer zone and the monster territory to hunt for demonic beasts?" Du Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Count me in." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily. "I have been in seclusion recently, so I have no plans to go to the monster territory. However, today's auction made me look forward to the outer endless sea. If senior Marshall brothers have any plans to go to the outer endless sea, don't forget about me." Ma Yu also laughed. "You're so cunning. Everyone wanted to ask about your plans, but you changed the subject to prying into other people's plans." Shi Lingling also said, "Don't be fooled by his silence. I've never seen him suffer a loss before. He's the kind of person you can't afford to offend." While everyone was laughing at Lu Ping, the price of the talisman had been raised to 33,500 spirit stones. Lu Ping didn't argue with them and continued to raise the price to 35,000 spirit stones. It had to be said, Manager Jiao's words were very motivating. Most of the cultivators there had either gone to the outer endless sea before or were about to go there. Which one of them did not harbor the dream of becoming rich? Who among them did not believe that they would be the main character of a fortuitous encounter? What if they were to encounter a grotto mansion ruins? Wouldn't a seal break talisman mean an even greater harvest? Lu Ping needed the talisman because he obtained the jade box covered with restrictions from the high-grade core forging realm cave dwelling on Fei Ling Island. In the cave dwelling, Lu Ping obtained a total of 5 treasures. 4 of them were of the highest quality. Only the jade box was covered with restrictions, so Lu Ping didn't know what it was. However, the more it was like this, the more Lu Ping believed that the treasure inside the jade box was precious. It was even comparable to Lu Ping's heavenly abode magic tool, 1000 Bell Millet. The price of the talisman slowly rose towards 40,000 spirit stones. Several cultivators were still unrelenting, raising the price with 501,000 spirit stones, causing Lu Ping to feel annoyed. 44,000 spirit stone. Lu Ping immediately raised the price to 5,000 spirit stones, causing a few cultivators who were taking their sweet time to curse at him. Lu Ping turned back to look at the private room, but Hu Lily directly gave him a supercilious look. Most of these cultivators were rogue cultivators or cultivators from other sects. They often participated in adventuring and hunting. Every one of them had rolled on the edge of a blade, and each of them were incomparably valiant. Moreover, they didn't have a fixed residence, so they weren't afraid of revenge. Therefore, even if they were facing some VIP cultivators, they would curse if they were unhappy. Lu Ping's wish was fulfilled, so he didn't care about the reactions of the cultivators in the auction hall. He just held the talisman in his hand and carefully observed the restriction formation engraved on the jade talisman. Strictly speaking, the talisman was also a type of talisman. However, to draw this kind of talisman, one must be very proficient in using and breaking all kinds of restrictions. This was also one of the 100 arts of cultivation. However, the talisman was closely related to talismans, so Lu Ping could understand some things from the jade talisman. The auction was nearing its end, and the last item pushed the auction to its climax. There were top-grade magic tools and some pills for breaking through to the core forging realm. However, these items were suitable for late blood condensation cultivators, so Lu Ping had no use for them. Moreover, the price of the items was around 80,000 spirit stones, which made Lu Ping feel helpless. After the auction, Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island's cave dwelling and began his secluded cultivation. In the cultivation room of Lu Ping's cave dwelling, faint spiritual energy was emitted from the spirit vein, filling every corner of the cave dwelling. Lu Ping sat on a white praying mat, holding the jade box he obtained from Failing Island in his hand. Lu Ping infused his arcane energy into the talisman he bought from the auction. At the same time, he made 16 hand seals in a row. The talisman immediately turned into a 5-colored ray of light that brushed against the jade box's seal. Part of the seal on the jade box melted away like snow in hot water, while the other part crackled like firecrackers. After the ray of light faded, the jade box returned to normal. Lu Ping opened the jade box and saw 2 purple jade slips neatly placed inside. One of them was glowing. When Lu Ping picked it up and used his divine sense to examine it, it was blocked by the glow on the surface of the jade slip. Lu Ping was slightly disappointed. This jade slip didn't have any restrictions on it, but it was a special jade slip made by core forging cultivators using their divine sense. Only when a cultivator reached the core forging realm and their divine sense transformed into divine sense would they be able to see the contents of the jade slip. Lu Ping used his divine sense to examine the other jade slip. This time, there wasn't any obstruction. If the jade slip was not specially made, it could be seen with divine sense. Natal Genchen diagram. This was a legacy jade slip that recorded the refinement and upgrading of a natal Dharma treasure. However, this natal Dharma treasure was not refined in one piece, but in a set. Not only a set, but also a formation diagram to form a natal Dharma treasure. Lu Ping had never heard of this method of refining natal magic tools and magic treasures. This natal magic tool used the array diagram as the core and the 12 natal magic tools as the pillars of the array. Once the natal magic tool was used in a fight, the array diagram would be used for defense and the 12 Genchen magic tools would form a killing array. It was extremely powerful. However, the refining of this array was quite difficult. Once this method was used, not only would the spiritual materials needed to refine the magic tool be 10 times more, but the process of nurturing the life magic tool in the core space would also require a huge amount of magic power. At the same time, it would consume a huge amount of magic power to activate the magic tool in a fight. Although this natal magic tool was extremely powerful, it wasn't something that ordinary people could use. Ordinary cultivators couldn't collect enough high-quality spiritual materials to refine this array. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have enough magic power to nurture it. Even if they barely had enough magic power, it would affect the cultivation of the cultivator and the advancement of the magic tool itself. Once the cultivator encountered an enemy, they wouldn't be able to use the array for a few rounds before their magic power would be exhausted and they would be at the mercy of the enemy. Chapter 112. Time flies when one cultivates. Two dazzling rainbows suddenly streaked across the peaceful demon territory's territorial waters. Two cultivators were traveling side by side. One of the younger cultivators said as he flew, "Big Brother Huang, the demon territory's territorial waters are in chaos. The sects of the North Sea have already sent their cultivators deep into the demon territory's territorial waters. The overturning seas gang's influence is growing more and more rampant. Why did young Master Ari ask us to split up and not move together?" Big Brother Huang smiled. "Young Master Ari is a genius. How could I guess even a fraction of what he's thinking? However, I believe that young Master Ari must have something important to do, and he doesn't want to attract the attention of other forces. That's why he asked us to split up. As for the specifics, young Master Ari will give us instructions when we arrive at Flying Wave Reef. However, Brother Cheng, we can be attacked by demonic beasts at any time in the demon territory's territorial waters. It's better to be careful so that we don't attract attention and expose our whereabouts." Cultivator Cheng nodded and said no more. At this moment, Big Brother Huang sniffed and asked in confusion, "What's this smell? Why is it so fragrant?" When Cultivator Cheng heard this, he carefully sniffed the air. Sure enough, there was a faint fragrance mixed in. Although the fragrance was very faint, it greatly stimulated one's sense of smell, inducing a sense of hunger from one's heart. Cultivator Cheng's expression changed. "Big Brother Huang, hold your breath. Be careful of the poison." Big Brother Huang frowned as if thinking about something. He smiled and said, "Brother Cheng, it's fine. This fragrance is emitted by a strange pill called the hunger-swallowing pill. If mortals smell this fragrance, they will feel a deep sense of hunger. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. However, if they eat, they will feel hungrier and hungrier. The more they eat, the more they eat, and the more they eat, the more they eat. In the end, they will die from overeating, and the dead will think that they died of starvation. However, this pill doesn't have much effect on us cultivators." Cultivator Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked doubtfully, "If this pill doesn't have any effect on cultivators, then who would use it?" Big Brother Huang said, "Although this pill is harmless to blood condensation cultivators like us, it is effective against blood condensation demonic beasts. Although blood condensation realm demonic beasts have already gained sentience, other than some talented ones, most blood condensation realm demonic beasts still possess a strong bestial nature. This bestial nature is often triggered by the temptation of the hunger crush pill, and the hidden demonic beasts will be lured out. If a cultivator were to set up an ambush near the place where the hunger crush pill is placed, it would be a good way to hunt down the demonic beasts." As soon as Big Brother Huang finished speaking, the rumbling of spells and the cries of demon beasts came from several miles away. The two of them looked at each other and flew toward a coral reef in front of them. When the two of them were about 1,000 feet away from the coral reef, they could clearly see that the combatants on the island were a young cultivator of about 20 years of age and a flying demon beast that was circling around the coral reef. Cultivator Cheng saw that the young cultivator was only at the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm, while the flying demon beast was at the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, close to the late blood condensation realm. Big Brother Huang hurriedly reached out and pulled Cultivator Cheng back. Looking at Cultivator Cheng's questioning gaze, Big Brother Huang didn't say anything and only gestured for him to continue watching. By then, the young cultivator had seemingly noticed their arrival. He turned to look at them and the hand seals he formed changed. Next, the water vapor within a radius of over 100 jong around the coral island converged upon the young cultivator. In just a short period of time, the entire coral island was covered by a thick mist of water vapor. Cheng Huang and Cheng Feng, who were standing outside the coral island, were incapable of seeing anything within the mist. They could only hear rustling sounds coming from inside, like the sound of a storm. The rustling sounds came and went, accompanied by the cries of the flying demon beast. After a while, the sound of rain on the coral island remained the same, but the cries of the flying demon beast gradually became mournful. This caused Cultivator Cheng and Cultivator Huang, who didn't know what was happening inside, to look at each other in dismay. A chill ran down their spines. Finally, after a long mournful cry, the mist on the island dissipated. The young cultivator stood on the island unharmed, smiling at Cultivator Cheng and Cultivator Huang. At the same time, a flying demon beast with a wingspan of 3 feet had fallen in front of Lu Ping, dying. The leaves and branches of the surrounding plants were densely packed with needle holes. Cultivator Huang cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist, we were just passing by and were attracted by your hunger-swallowing pill. We came to take a look. We bear no ill will." The young cultivator smiled and nodded. "I'm Lu Qi. I have some grudges with this bird, and this can be considered as revenge. I didn't expect it to attract you two here." Cultivator Cheng looked at the demon beast on the ground with envy and a trace of fear. "Fellow Daoist is powerful. This kind of demon beast is the most troublesome for us cultivators. Not only is it unparalleled in flying, but it also holds grudges. Once a cultivator is entangled by it, even a late blood condensation cultivator will have a headache. I didn't expect fellow Daoist to capture it alive. I'm impressed." Lu Qi waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist is too kind." Lu Qi saw that the two of them were still talking. One was standing on the coral island, while the other was hovering above the sea. They were separated by more than 100 feet. He felt uncomfortable and said, "If you two have time, you can come to the island for a chat. I have some spirit tea here for you." As soon as Lu Qi said those words, he regretted it. The sea was vast, and danger lurked in every corner. If he rashly invited someone to be his guest, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion from the other party. As expected, Cultivator Cheng's expression tensed when he heard Lu Ping's invitation. On the other hand, Cultivator Huang's expression didn't change. He smiled gently and said, "We still have important matters to attend to, so it's inconvenient for us to stay. Please forgive us, fellow Daoist." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Lu Qi hurriedly said, "I was being rude. I was chased by a demon beast before, and when I escaped to this island, I was intercepted by this demon beast and almost lost my life. It's been more than 3 years since I recovered from my injuries. When I was fleeing, I was panicking and lost my way in this sea. I don't know where I am right now. Therefore, when I saw the two of you, I rashly invited you because I wanted to ask about the location of this place and the situation of the humans and demons in the North Sea for the past 3 years." Hearing Lu Qi's explanation, Cultivator Cheng's expression relaxed a bit. Seeing Cultivator Huang nod slightly, the two landed on Coral Island and lingered for a while. 2 hours later, Cultivator Cheng and Cultivator Huang took their leave. After a while, Lu Qi also left Coral Island and descended towards the sea. A huge sea turtle floated up from the sea and carried Lu Qi towards the south. At the same time, around the sea turtle, there were 3 3-meter-long sea snakes swimming around the sea turtle, stirring up waves of water. Lu Qi was Lu Ping. Now that he was in danger, Lu Ping naturally only spoke 30% of the truth. Cultivator Cheng and Cultivator Huang might not be telling the whole truth, but what they said about the situation between the sects and the demons in the North Sea was generally credible. Lu Ping played with the token in his hand and casually put it into his storage ring. At this time, Cultivator Cheng, who had already walked far away, couldn't help but ask Cultivator Huang, "Brother Huang," that Lu Qi obviously didn't tell the truth, and he didn't even admit to being an alchemist. How could you give young Master Ari's identity token to this person just because of a hunger-swallowing pill? Cultivator Huang smiled and said, "I was just wondering when you would ask such a question. I didn't expect Brother Cheng to hold back for so long. This is really beyond my expectations." Cultivator Huang's mockery made Cultivator Cheng speechless. Without waiting for him to speak, Cultivator Huang continued, "I naturally wouldn't give away the token based on a mere alchemist's guess. Let me ask you, can the two of us capture that 6th-layer blood condensation realm bird alive?" Cultivator Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Although we can't capture it alive, we can defeat and injure it. If it's too slow, we can also easily kill it." Cultivator Huang nodded and said, "That's right. Both of us are 6th-layer blood condensation realm cultivators, and we can't even defeat it if we work together. This person is only a 5th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator, Yet he was able to capture it alive without our detection. What kind of terrifying skill does he have? Unconvinced, Cultivator Cheng retorted, then perhaps this person has some kind of secret technique to conceal his cultivation. Brother Huang, you should also see that the strength of the essence Qi Wolf smoke above this person's head is not inferior to yours or mine. Moreover, this person was able to avoid our detection. Perhaps he has some kind of powerful magic tool in his hand that allowed him to capture the demon bird. Cultivator Huang smiled and said, if this person concealed his cultivation, then his cultivation is definitely not below ours, so he naturally has the qualifications to be invited. If he relied on some kind of magic tool, then the fact that the magic tool is in his hands naturally counts as his strength. When Cultivator Cheng heard Cultivator Huang's explanation, he shrugged helplessly. Clearly, he agreed with Cultivator Huang's explanation. Cultivator Huang continued, recently, the Overturning Seas gang has been running rampant in the demon territory. We are following young Master Ari, but we are not strong enough. This is also why young Master Ari asked us to invite some powerful rogue cultivators to join us. I only hope that Lu Qi can make it in time. When the time comes, he will be a great help. The two of them continued deeper into the demon territory. When Lu Ping returned to his nest, he threw a China root pill to Dabao, who was left behind to guard the nest because he didn't like water. At the same time, he shook the spirit beast pouch and threw the heavily injured bird into a corner of the nest. It had been 3 years since Lu Ping broke through to the 4th layer of the blood condensation realm. In fact, 2 years ago, Lu Ping had already used up all the mid-blood condensation pills he had on him. Just as he was about to return to Huangli Island, Lu Ping suddenly remembered the 3-pill recipes he obtained from the Xianling sect disciple he killed in Zhongping's cave on Failing Island Sensor Peak. The 3-pill recipes recorded the method to concoct a special type of blood condensation pill. This kind of spirit pellet was commonly referred to as the blood spirit pellet. It was made with the condensed blood bead as the main spirit material and a few common 500-year-old spirit herbs. The condensed blood bead could only be used when a cultivator needed to replenish their bloodline, but it couldn't be used during daily cultivation. Otherwise, it would cause a conflict between the bloodlines and cripple the cultivator's cultivation base. This was a lesson learned by countless senior cultivators. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't risk his cultivation base, even though he often wondered if his special bloodline could overcome the effects of the blood spirit pellet. Lu Ping used the only 3rd-layer condensed blood pearl he had on him to concoct a batch of blood spirit pills for early blood condensation cultivators. Even though he only managed to concoct 4 blood spirit pills, Lu Ping had seen the effects of the blood spirit pill through Lu Dagui. Thus, in the next 2 years, Lu Ping set his sights on the sea region outside the demon territory. That was where the mid-blood condensation demon beasts gathered. Chapter 113. The reason why Lu Ping accepted this mission was not only because he was curious about the buffer zone and the demon territory's waters, but also because Lu Ping's arcane energy had been tempered by more than half in the past 8 months since he returned from Failing Island. 2 of the 3 condensed blood pearls in his heart core had been refined by Lu Ping using the North Sea wave listening technique. The last one was about to be completed. Now, the arcane energy in Lu Ping's body was more than twice as pure and thick as before. His blood flowed through his veins under the powerful beating of his heart, ready to burst out at any moment and destroy all obstacles in his way. Lu Ping was very satisfied with his current state. He had spent several months to replace the arcane energy in his body, causing his cultivation to stagnate. But now, he felt that the time spent was worth it. It had been 2 days since Lu Ping entered the buffer zone. The vast sea didn't seem to be bustling with activity because of the large number of cultivators. Lu Ping entered the buffer zone alone as a rogue cultivator. Among the cultivators who entered the buffer zone, there were only a few strong cultivators. Even rogue cultivators had their own teams. In this dangerous place, the cultivators were more cautious than before. They wouldn't carelessly recruit unfamiliar cultivators into their teams. Although Lu Ping met 3 or 4 groups of cultivators in the past 2 days, they all ignored Lu Ping's request to form a team. Some even mocked Lu Ping for his low cultivation, saying that he was a burden to the team and was not qualified to be part of a team. So, Lu Ping was still alone. Only then did Lu Ping remember that after the sea restriction was lifted, cultivators who entered the buffer zone were mostly in the mid and late blood condensation realm. Early and blood refining realm cultivators could only hunt demonic beasts near the buffer zone. Li Ziming strongly recommended Lu Ping to investigate the bandits in the buffer zone. Lu Ping and Hu Lili did not think of this before. Lu Ping wasn't in a hurry anyway. Although he would run into a few groups of cultivators in the buffer zone every day, he couldn't track the bandits' movements in such a short time. It wasn't easy for him to come out, and there was no one from the sect to supervise him. Naturally, Lu Ping was happy to be at ease. Lu Ping sat cross-legged on Lu Dague's back, allowing Lu Dague to float on the surface of the sea. Lu Dague was the giant sea turtle that Lu Ping found on Fei Ling Island. At that time, this sea turtle was already at the peak of the blood-refining realm. Other than a blood-condensing pill, Lu Ping also obtained an entire bottle of blood-condensing pills from the battle for the cave abode. When Wei Ziheng and the others split the loot, Lu Ping purposely took 3 of them. After returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping instructed Lu Dague to prepare for the blood condensation realm. With the support of sufficient pills and the spirit vein in Huangli Island's cave abode, Lu Dague successfully advanced to the blood condensation realm with 2 blood condensing pills, becoming Lu Ping's strongest subordinate. Strictly speaking, Lu Dague was just an ordinary sea turtle. Its bloodline was not noble among the demonic beasts. It was not a good choice for a cultivator's spirit beast. However, Lu Ping did not care about this. At the very least, he could use Lu Dague to roam the sea. Lu Dague's huge body moved forward steadily on the surface of the sea. The aura of a blood condensation demonic beast spread out in all directions, and all the blood-refining demonic beasts in the buffer zone disappeared without a trace. Lu Ping sat on Lu Dague's back, holding a wine gourd in his hand and taking sips from it from time to time. He looked at the scenery of the sea with a carefree attitude. The spirit wine in the gourd was the 100 spirits wine that Lu Ping brewed using 108 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit grains over half a year. Other than being able to drink to their heart's content, this kind of wine was also beneficial to cultivators' cultivation and the recovery of their spiritual energy. The aroma of the wine permeated the air. Lu Dabao, who was lying peacefully on Lu Ping's back, finally managed to overcome some of his fear of the sea. Little by little, it inched closer to Lu Ping and stared at the gourd in Lu Ping's hand, drooling. Lu Dabao was already a 6th-layer blood-refining realm cultivator. As the spirit pet that had followed Lu Ping for the longest time and had the deepest bond with Lu Ping, Lu Dabao naturally received a lot of care from Lu Ping. Whatever spirit pills Lu Ping used to practice, Lu Dabao would eat as much as he wanted. That was why Lu Ping's cultivation had advanced by 2 layers in less than a year, and the late-stage blood-refining realm was just around the corner. Looking at Dabao's naivety, Lu Ping laughed and scolded, "You greedy rat." However, he still pointed at the gourd, and a ball of wine floated out from the gourd. It changed its shape in the air, but it did not scatter. Instead, it slowly floated in front of Dabao. Dabao squeaked at Lu Ping to express its gratitude. Then, it lowered its head and licked the 100 spirits wine that floated in front of its mouth. Right at this moment, 3 water balls smashed toward Dabao from 3 different directions, and all of them aimed at the 100 spirits wine ball in front of Dabao's mouth. Dabao was naturally furious. While squeaking angrily, its slender tail swept a water ball in the air, and its body shook. A cloud of dust flew up and turned into a thin yellow pancake-like cake on the other side of Dabao. The second water ball smashed into it, and water splashed everywhere. When the third water ball was about to smash into the wine that Lu Ping had wrapped with his mana, Dabao's fat body suddenly became extremely nimble. Somehow, it moved its body to protect the wine ball in front of its mouth, and its fat butt directly smashed the water ball. Dabao turned a blind eye to it, and just shook its butt to shake off the seawater on it. Then, it continued to eat its wine. It didn't care about the previous sneak attack, as if the wine ball in front of it was more important than the sneak attack. On the surface of the sea not far away, 3 white water lines darted toward the sea turtle at high speed. As the water splashed, 3 green, blue, and white sea snakes, which were a few feet long, leaped up from the surface of the sea and landed on the back of Lu Dague's turtle. These 3 sea snakes were none other than the green sea snakes that Lu Ping hatched half a year ago: Lu Bai, Lu Hai, and Lu Ling. These 3 spirit snakes were indeed monsters with noble bloodlines. In just half a year, under Lu Ping's meticulous nurturing, their cultivation base had actually reached the 3rd layer of blood-refining realm. Lu Ping couldn't help but marvel at the excellent aptitudes of these 3 pets. Among Lu Ping's 5 spirit beasts, Dague had the highest cultivation base and the calmest temperament. Normally, it wouldn't play with Dabao and the green sea snakes. Normally, it would just lie down and watch them quietly. Dabao was the most active. Usually, it would jump up and down in the cave and interact with the 3 green sea snakes. However, Lu Ping could tell that Dabao was still very wary of them, or rather, it was very afraid of the bloodline pressure of the 3 spirit snakes. Therefore, it had never provoked the 3 spirit snakes too much. The 3 spirit snakes were hatched by Lu Ping and had been influenced by Lu Ping's aura for a long time. They had long regarded Lu Ping as their parents. Usually, they were also lively and active, and they found fun in pranking Dabao. With a smile, Lu Ping threw the 3 medicinal pills into their mouths and let them play in the sea around Lu Ping. There was not a trace of wind on the calm sea. Lu Ping was originally watching the 3 green sea snakes playing on the surface of the sea with a smile. Suddenly, the 3 spirit snakes disappeared from the surface of the sea at the same time, as if they were hiding from something. Lu Ping's expression changed. He spread out his divine sense, which was more than 600 feet wide. He only sensed that the 3 spirit snakes were swimming quickly in his direction at the bottom of the sea, but he didn't find anything else. Lu Ping's expression turned solemn. Demonic beasts had a natural intuition for danger. The Samling must have discovered the danger. Otherwise, it would not have suddenly returned in his direction. As their master, Lu Ping could faintly feel that kind of anxiety. It seemed that the enemy that had not been discovered was proficient in the art of concealment, but it was not known whether it was a human cultivator or a demonic beast. Lu Ping pretended that nothing had happened and continued to urge Dague to swim forward. Now that Lu Ping had probably fallen into the opponent's ambush, it was probably too late to escape. It was better to beat them at their own game. Fortunately, the other party should not know that they had been discovered by Lu Ping, even if Lu Ping did not know where they were. Lu Ping's heart moved. He remembered that among the North Sea Wave listening secrets, there was an art of sea deception in the North Sea Wave listening secrets. This secret technique talked about the cultivator's concealment and hiding in various environments. At the same time, it also had a strong anti-detection ability for various concealment techniques such as invisibility techniques. As Lu Ping drank, he maintained a calm expression. At the same time, he secretly cast the art of sea deception, using his divine sense to carefully observe the surrounding sea and sky. It could be said that the surrounding area of more than 60 feet was completely visible. Just as Lu Dague moved forward for more than 10 feet, Lu Ping's divine sense finally detected a subtle fluctuation somewhere in the sea. What a brilliant concealment technique! It can hide itself in the sea and become a part of the water, so that the cultivator's divine sense cannot detect it. Fortunately, my divine sense is tyrannical, and the art of sea deception is not the slightest bit under the opponent's concealment technique, so I found some clues. Lu Ping secretly raised his guard. At this time, he detected another slight fluctuation in 2 other directions. There were actually 3 people. Lu Ping was shocked. The 3 people had surrounded Lu Ping in the middle. The reason why Lu Ping could detect them was probably because they were about to make a move and gave themselves away in the water. As the water splashed, 3 dark blue silhouettes left faint shadows on the surface of the sea like ghosts. 3 mid-grade magic tools were positioned in 3 different directions, completely sealing off Lu Ping's escape route. The 3 of them formed a formation that was commonly used in battles in the cultivation world, the triple kill, trapping Lu Ping and the 5 demons firmly on the surface of the sea. flawless concealment, precise and skillful cooperation, and a thunderous sneak attack. 3 mid-blood condensation cultivators. Not to mention a third-layer blood condensation cultivator. Even a late blood condensation cultivator would be injured if he was caught off guard. It was a pity that they met Lu Ping. The moment Lu Ping discovered the 3 of them, he knew that they had set up a triple kill formation. After all, this formation was the most common one in the cultivation world. It was also the easiest to set up, and its power was also acceptable. At the same time, he also thought of a way to deal with it. Chapter 114. Just as the 3 mid-stage blood condensation cultivators formed the tripartite formation and attacked Lu Ping from 3 different directions, Lu Ping, who was already prepared, suddenly flew towards the cultivator on the right. At the same time, he swung his left hand and a blue crystal shield suddenly appeared in the air. It grew to a size of 10 feet and with a loud clang, blocked the tri-edged dagger from the cultivator on the left. No matter how the cultivator on the left tried to change the direction of his magic weapon, Lu Ping was always able to block the attack with his divine sense. Lu Dagui, who had been acting as Lu Ping's mount, let out a strange cry and suddenly flew up from the sea. His 4 limbs and head shrunk into the turtle's shell. At the same time, a ball of seawater flew up and froze into ice, forming 9 ice shields in front of the turtle's shell. The magic weapon that attacked from the back shattered the 9 ice shields and was finally weakened. When it hit the turtle's shell, Lu Dagui's huge body swayed a few times, but it still managed to block the attack. Lu Ping rushed towards the cultivator on the right. The pair of soaring wing swords circled around each other, creating a huge wave on the surface of the sea. The 2 soaring wing swords seemed to have transformed into a pair of wings of a water dragon, slashing towards the cultivator on the right. The Green Dragon Sea Disturbance technique of the North Sea's 12 Absolutes was a combination of swordsmanship and magic. It was a sword technique recorded in the Jade Slip Flying Spirit Sea Dance technique that Lu Ping obtained on Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping's counterattack did not affect the cultivator on the right at all. This cultivator was confident that he could deal with this early-stage blood condensation cultivator minor repairs. Even if this minor repairs cultivator was really powerful, this cultivator was confident that he could stall for time until his other 2 companions arrived. At the very least, his opponent's demonic beast, Sea Turtle, was already on the verge of collapse. When the 2 magic artifacts collided, the cultivator finally realized just how wrong he was. His mid-grade flying sword was like a small sapling growing on the shore, engulfed by a tsunami. In an instant, the flying sword broke free from his control over his magic power. Next, he lost contact with his divine sense. The mid-grade flying sword was shredded into pieces by the cultivator's pair of flying swords. The cultivator on the right ignored the damage to his spiritual sense and magic power caused by the destruction of his flying sword. He hastily circulated his magic power, causing the clothes on his body to turn into a colorful smoke that tightly wrapped around him. The cultivator's figure became illusory and indistinct in the smoke. The cultivator's clothes were actually a mid-grade defensive magic artifact. In the blink of an eye, just as the cultivator turned his magic artifact into a cloud of smoke, a water flood dragon had already charged into the cloud of smoke. The cloud of smoke suddenly churned, and in the blink of an eye, the water in the cloud of smoke scattered in all directions. After the rain, the cloud of smoke dissipated, and the water flood dragon and the clothes disappeared. The cultivator who lost a piece of clothing was shocked and furious. He didn't expect Lu Ping's magic to be so powerful. Even after losing the support of his pair of flying swords, the water flood dragon was still so powerful that it tore one of his mid-grade magic artifacts into pieces. After the soaring wing sword destroyed the flying sword, it followed up with another 4th-level blood condensation cultivator who had lost his last line of defense. The cultivator was turned into a cloud of blood mist, and his blood splattered on the surface of the sea. In just 3 moves, Lu Ping managed to pull out a tooth from the tiger's mouth amidst the 3 cultivators' sneak attacks and killed one of them. At this time, The water-repellent shield was supported by Lu Ping's powerful divine sense and profound magic power. It was still able to withstand the attacks of the cultivator on the left, who was constantly changing their magic artifacts. Lu Daguay, who was at the back, had the support of the 9 ice shield talismans that Lu Ping had given him. He relied on his tough tortoise shell to block the cultivator's attempt to attack Lu Ping from behind. Lu Ping looked at the 2 cultivators who still didn't retreat and sneered. The soaring wing sword charged towards the cultivator behind him. This was Lu Ping's signature move, the raging waves slapping the shore sword art. The cultivator at the back saw that Lu Ping only used 3 moves to kill his comrade on the right. Now that Lu Ping was charging towards him, and his comrade on the other side obviously couldn't break through the barrier to help him in a short period of time, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He quickly gave up on the tortoise in front of him and used his tri-edged thorn to protect himself. He also threw a bamboo curtain magic tool into the air. The shadow of a bamboo forest hung down from the bamboo curtain, making the cultivator look like a hermit in the wilderness. After losing the onslaught of the cultivators behind him, Lu Daguay, who had almost consumed all of his magic power in a short period of time, was finally freed. He fell straight down from a height of 30 feet, creating a huge bubble on the surface of the sea with a loud splash. The first time Lu Ping killed the cultivator on the left, it could be said that he had caught the opponent off guard. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Lu Ping used his full strength. The opponent also underestimated Lu Ping's 3rd-layer blood condensation realm cultivation. That was why he was killed by Lu Ping. Now that the cultivator behind him was prepared, Lu Ping had lost the opportunity to quickly kill his opponent. Therefore, he immediately used the sword art that he was most proficient in. The cultivator behind him was also secretly delighted. He was most afraid that Lu Ping would attack him from the start. If that happened, even if he managed to block Lu Ping's attack, he would still be seriously injured. The sword art that he was using now was clearly focused on attacking, and it was a battle of attrition. Wasn't his advantage as a mid-stage blood condensation realm cultivator? As long as he could stall for time until his comrade broke the opponent's defensive magic tool, the 2 of them would launch a pincer attack, and the opponent would definitely die. Little did they know that Lu Ping had the same plan. Lu Ping wanted to keep the situation in a stalemate, but he was afraid that his opponent would be scared off by his sudden burst of power. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to kill or capture the remaining 2. As long as the situation was in a stalemate, his opponent would definitely be able to defeat him with their advantage in cultivation and numbers. With that, they wouldn't run away. Furthermore, Lu Ping cultivated the North Sea art, and he had long wanted to test how strong his magic power was. When the cultivator behind him clashed with Lu Ping, his initial joy immediately turned into panic. The opponent's 2 flying swords attacked one after the other, one from the front and one from the back. The sword art that he used was like the surging waves of the sea, crashing towards him endlessly. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. He could only brace himself to block the attacks, not to mention turning around and running away. What made him even more shocked was that this young cultivator's magic power was like a great river, flowing endlessly. He couldn't stop blocking the attacks even if he wanted to. The magic power in his body was like a leaking vessel, and in the blink of an eye, it was all exposed. Lu Ping saw that in just a moment, the opposing cultivator was barely able to resist. It was clear that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. If Lu Ping continued to attack like this, although he could kill the cultivator in front of him, the longer he dragged it out, the cultivator on the other side would notice something was wrong and run away. Lu Ping quickly made up his mind. Suddenly, the soaring winged swords changed direction, and the 2 swords turned into a monstrous wave that rushed towards the cultivator behind him. It was the stone-piercing sky sword art. The cultivator behind him was suddenly in a precarious situation. Lu Ping casually waved his hand, and 3 tiny flying needles pierced into the sea. Suddenly, they silently emerged from the sea beneath the cultivator's feet. The 3 needles formed a thin line and struck the cultivator's protective magic treasure in succession. The protective wall formed by the magic treasure was immediately pierced through. Under the cultivator's horrified eyes, the needles pierced through the soles of the cultivator's feet. The cultivator's sudden injury gave Lu Ping another opportunity. The surging sword wave suddenly broke through the cultivator's obstruction. The pair of soaring winged swords were like a pair of giant scissors, cutting off the cultivator's head. The cultivator on the left had been blocked by Lu Ping's water-repellent shield. Seeing that two of his companions had fallen, the cultivator turned to flee. At this moment, the sea in front of him suddenly bulged, and a giant sea turtle was suddenly pushed up by the sea, blocking his way. The cultivator directly knocked Dague over with his triangular thorn, but he also lost his final chance to escape. The sea around the cultivator suddenly surged up, and like transparent ropes, they wrapped around the cultivator's body. It was the water manipulation art of the 12 absolutes of the Northern Sea. The cultivator took out his defensive magic treasure to protect himself, and at the same time, his triangular thorn danced in the air, forming a ball of light, cutting the water ropes one by one. However, Lu Ping's magic power was endless, and the water ropes that the cultivator cut could never catch up to the water ropes Lu Ping created with a wave of his hand. When the cultivator turned back, Lu Ping was already in front of him. The soaring winged swords easily knocked away the opponent's defensive magic treasure, and the water ropes wrapped around the cultivator's body, completely sealing his cultivation, and turning him into Lu Ping's captive. Lu Ping looked at the cultivator in front of him and said, "You should know why I want to capture you." This ordinary-looking cultivator expressionlessly looked at Lu Ping, and then looked into the distance. His expression changed, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Ping did not disturb him, and just watched quietly. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator made up his mind. There was an explosion inside his body, and Lu Ping sighed inwardly. The cultivator's face was calm, as if he had fallen asleep. Exploding the condensed blood bead, the heart space would collapse, and the heart would shatter. A cultivator's divine sense was born in the mind, but it was based on the cultivator's magic power, and the cultivator's magic power was based on the condensed blood bead. Therefore, after a cultivator was captured, his magic power could be sealed, but his divine sense could not be sealed. If he could not seal his divine sense, he could use his divine sense to detonate the condensed blood bead to commit suicide. This was something that could not be prevented, unless the other cultivator's cultivation was far higher than the captured cultivator's, and they could use their tyrannical cultivation to suppress the captured cultivator, or they could use some secret technique to do so. However, Lu Ping clearly did not have either of these conditions, and could only watch as the cultivator in front of him committed suicide. Lu Ping put away the 3 cultivator's storage pouches, and burned the corpses on the surface of the sea with a fire. He also put away the spirit beasts hiding at the bottom of the sea into the spirit beast pouch. With a flick of his left thumb and ring finger, a white cloud immediately fell under Lu Ping's feet. Lu Ping stood on it, and the cloud immediately turned into a drifting cloud, which enveloped Lu Ping and floated towards the sky. Chapter 115. This cloud was the high-grade magic artifact Lu Ping obtained from the cultivator's cave abode on Fei Ling Island. Not only was this magic artifact fast, but it was also very effective in concealing a cultivator's aura. About 2 hours later, Lu Ping's divine sense fluctuated, and he sensed something under the sea. The surface of the sea rippled, and a pale-faced cultivator wearing a special magic artifact suddenly appeared. The cultivator looked around, and after finding nothing, he ignited a voice transmission talisman. A moment later, more than 20 rays of light appeared on the surface of the sea, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above the sea. More than 20 mid and late blood condensation cultivators appeared. The cultivator who scouted the sea before stepped forward and said to the leader, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, Huang Piaoling, and the other 2 junior marshal brothers must have died here. The enemy is clean, and they didn't leave any traces behind. They must have been surrounded and killed. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao nodded and said, Recently, Junling has increased its control over the buffer zone, and the number of patrolling cultivators has greatly increased. There are also rumors that Junling cultivators disguised as rogue cultivators are tracking us in the buffer zone. 2 days ago, a group of cultivators under Zhu Weilong was wiped out by Jinling, and all 5 of them were killed. Now, Junior Marshal Brother Huang and the other 2 are dead. I think it's Jinling's doing. One of the cultivators behind Senior Marshal Brother Zhao stepped forward and asked, Senior Marshal Brother, what should we do from now on? Return to the sect. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao sneered, return? We haven't completed the sect's mission, and we are still criminals. When we return, not only will our families be implicated, but we will also have to manage the sect's chores and be looked down upon. Junior Marshal Brothers, can you bear this humiliation? The cultivators behind him were furious. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao continued, as long as we complete the sect's mission to disrupt Jinling's buffer zone, not only will we be able to clear our names, but we will also be able to earn glory for our families, and we will also be respected by the sect's cultivators. The cultivator who asked the question before continued, then, Senior Marshal Brother, how should we deal with Jinling's encirclement? Senior Brother Zhao said, let's return to our lair first. This time, we're not the only ones pretending to be pirates and attacking the cultivators in Jinling's buffer zone. Moreover, compared to the cultivators sent by the other sects, our numbers aren't that big. We're not the ones who are most afraid of Jinling's purge. The cultivator in the diving suit exclaimed, could it be that Senior Marshal Brother is going to join forces with the cultivators from the other sects to deal with Jinling's purge? Wouldn't that be a bigger target? Senior Brother Zhao laughed, what's wrong with that? This time, Zhu Weilong gathered the cultivators from the various sects to infiltrate Jinling and gather them on the Nameless Island. Isn't this exactly what he wanted to talk about? The cultivator who asked the question pondered for a moment, then said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, Xianling sect has always been arrogant. I'm afraid that Zhu Weilong's purpose for this trip to the Nameless Island is to consolidate the forces of the various sects and let him command them. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao grinned and said, isn't that perfect? Let him take the lead in dealing with Jinling's purge. Isn't it safer for us? He's just pretending to be polite. As the group of cultivators spoke, they had already landed on a small coral island. None of them noticed that in the distant sky behind them, there was a white cloud drifting left and right, following their path. Looking at the small island in front of him, Lu Ping thought for a moment. In the end, he decided not to act rashly and alert the enemy. Instead, he would wait for Senior Marshal Brother Zhao to meet up with the cultivators from Xianling sect. Then, he would notify the other sects to capture them all in one fell swoop. Cultivators waiting to be punished? Lu Ping was surprised. He didn't expect the rumor to actually exist. The various sects had a long history and had their own strict reward and punishment system. Cultivators who had committed serious crimes would often be organized by the sects to complete some secret missions. These cultivators were the cultivators waiting to be punished. If these condemned cultivators completed the mission, the sect would naturally pardon their crimes, restore their identities, and even win them glory. If they failed the mission or were exposed, the sect would not recognize the identities of these cultivators, leaving them to fend for themselves. Cultivators waiting to be punished were, in fact, death warriors used by the sects to deal with tricky matters in the dark. Lu Ping waited patiently for Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and the others to attend the pirate gathering that Xianling sect's Zhu Weilong had called. At the same time, he informed the other cultivators of the sect about what happened here using his sound transmission sword. During this time, Lu Ping took stock of the 3 mid-stage blood condensation cultivators' storage pouches. As expected of the sect's death warriors, there were only magic tools, a total of 10,000 spirit stones, and a few bottles of mid-stage blood condensation pills. There was nothing else. Lu Ping wanted to find something valuable to confirm the identity of these cultivators, but he couldn't. A sword ray flashed across the sky and the charm in Lu Ping's hand glowed brightly. He summoned the message sword into his hand, and Master Immortal Liu's voice could be heard from the message sword. Keep an eye on them and notify them in time. Surround them at night and be careful. It seemed that Master Immortal Liu was the one leading the reinforcements. Lu Ping couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the evening, Three figures left the small coral island and flew towards the northeast. Lu Ping didn't dare to approach them. He followed closely from afar. Fortunately, the magic cloud bracelet's concealment effect was quite good. Lu Ping used the art of sea deception to further conceal his presence. The magic cloud bracelet changed its color as the sky darkened. The nameless island was located in the northeast of Zhenling's buffer zone. Lu Ping watched as senior brother Zhao and the other two landed on the island. He recorded the location of the nameless island into the sound transmission sword and sent it out. Lu Ping saw that there was no movement on the island, so he activated the magic cloud bracelet and slowly approached the nameless island. He wanted to find out what was going on. As soon as Lu Ping landed on the nameless island, he heard a round of applause. Lu Ping turned around and saw senior brother Zhao and a man in his 30s walking towards him. As the man walked, he clapped his hands and said to Lu Ping, "You're very brave. You're only at the third layer of the blood condensation realm and yet you dare to trespass on the nameless island. Zhenling must have underestimated us. They actually sent an early-stage blood condensation cultivator to track us." As he spoke, another dozen cultivators surrounded Lu Ping. Each of them was in the mid-stage blood condensation realm. The 5 leaders, including senior brother Zhao and the man, were all in the late-stage blood condensation realm. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he had been discovered long ago. Lu Ping's mind raced. The most important thing now was to break out of the encirclement and save his life. He asked calmly, "How did you discover me?" Senior brother Zhao smiled and said to the man beside him, "I'm ashamed. If it wasn't for senior brother Zhu Weilong's reminder, I wouldn't have known that I was being followed. I almost missed the gathering." The man who spoke first was Shenling sect's Zhu Weilong. He said humbly, "Actually, we've just received news that a cultivator Zhenling sect secretly sent to the buffer zone has discovered our whereabouts. He's already following a group of people towards the nameless island where we're meeting. So, we made some arrangements, but we didn't expect senior marshal brother Zhao to be followed." Senior brother Zhao smiled awkwardly. Zhu Weilong continued, "I'm afraid that the nameless island has been exposed. Zhenling's cultivators will be here soon. Senior brother Zhao and the rest of the disciples from the Misty Water Pavilion are probably dead on the Coral Island." Senior brother Zhao's face turned pale. Then, he looked at Lu Ping with hatred and killing intent. It was also the most powerful talisman treasure made by a third-layer core forging cultivator. A plain and ordinary sword light swept across the sky. The 5 late blood condensation cultivators were shocked and stopped in their tracks. They quickly used all of their skills to defend themselves. The power of this sword light was even stronger than the File 1. When they finally managed to block the sword light, Lu Ping's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Only one of the Xianling sect disciples who used a secret technique to block Lu Ping stood there in a daze. He stared at the magic tool that had fallen to the ground and allowed blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 116. Lu Ping used his last talisman to block the 5 late blood condensation cultivators. Just as he was about to turn and run, a mid-stage Xianling sect cultivator suddenly dashed out from the side. His speed was as fast as the late-stage Xianling sect cultivators. While Lu Ping was still in shock, a flying sword was already flying towards Lu Ping with all the arcane energy a cultivator could muster. Lu Ping casually activated the water-repellent shield. The flying sword pierced through the shield, but the shield only shook a little. Only then did Lu Ping see that the flying sword was flying towards Zhong Weiqing, who had suffered a crushing defeat on Failing Island. He was now a mid-stage blood condensation cultivator, and he was glaring at Lu Ping with hatred and horror. His face was frighteningly pale. Lu Ping didn't have the time to think about how Zhong Weiqing managed to make a move before the late-stage Xianling sect cultivators. He activated the magic cloud bracelet, turned into a white light, and disappeared into the night sky. Zhu Weilong and the other 4 looked at the fleeing Lu Ping with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that an early-stage Xianling sect cultivator would be able to escape from their ambush. If word of this got out, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the sect. Zhu Weilong said viciously, "If I don't kill this person, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. I'm afraid that in the future, we will be laughed at by others for not being able to take care of an early-stage Xianling sect cultivator. Unfortunately, the most important thing now is to escape from Zhenling." Zhu Weilong sighed, and his expression was one of anger. The cultivators from the other sects also had troubled expressions. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao stepped out from the crowd and said, "Everyone has important matters to attend to. Only my 2 junior marshal brothers and I are alone. Without any scruples, even if we return to the sect, it will only add to our crimes. Why don't we kill this evil bastard Zhenling? At least we can vent our anger." Seeing that someone had come out to kill Lu Ping, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if this matter were to spread out, it would be too embarrassing. Not only did they bully the weak, but they also bullied him with numbers. Senior Brother Zhao's tone changed, and he said, "Although I have sworn to kill this child, the sea is vast, and us 3 senior brothers really do not have the strength to chase after one person. Therefore, I hope that senior brothers can send a few junior brothers to help us. This is a form of coercion. In any case, it's everyone who's going to lose face, and it absolutely can't be my Mistwater Pavilion alone that's going to be the one to bear the consequences. Everyone is bound together for good or bad." While the other 4 were hesitating, a Xianling sect cultivator said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, I'm willing to join Senior Marshal Brother Zhao to hunt down Zhenling's disciple." Zhu Weilong saw that this person was Zhong Weiqing, who used a secret art to stop Lu Ping. Zhu Weilong more or less understood Zhong Weiqing's thoughts, so he said, "In that case, Junior Marshal Brother Liao can come with us." When the other 3 sects saw Zhu Weilong's decision, they also sent 2 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators under Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's command. A total of 10 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators were sent to hunt down Lu Ping under the leadership of the late blood condensation realm Senior Marshal Brother Zhao. The group chased in the direction Lu Ping escaped for tens of li. Zhong Weiqing asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, our vision is blocked in the dark, and our divine sense range is limited. Zhenling's disciple has already escaped. How are we going to find out his escape route?" Senior Marshal Brother Zhao smiled and said, "Of course I'm prepared." "Junior Marshal Brother Wang?" The cultivator wearing the diving suit nodded at Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and took out a big bottle from his storage pouch. He circulated his arcane energy and a stream of water gushed out. A squid jumped out of the bottle along with the flow of water. It grew to 3 feet in size and fell into the sea. From the demonic aura exuding from the squid, it was an early blood condensation realm demonic beast. Just when everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw Junior Marshal Brother Wang take out 2 pale jade talismans without any spiritual energy. Some cultivators with sharp eyes recognized these talismans as the ones Lu Ping used to fend off the group's pursuit. However, there was no spiritual energy left in the talismans, so they were useless. Junior Marshal Brother Wang had already picked them up. Junior Marshal Brother Wang threw the 2 useless talismans to the squid. The squid leaped up and swallowed the 2 talismans. After it fell into the sea, it turned around and swam towards the east. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao beckoned for everyone to catch up. He explained, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang's spirit beast has a special ability. It can track a cultivator's aura. These 2 talismans were activated by Brat Zhenling's arcane energy, so his aura is still on them. This is also the reason why I'm confident in leading everyone to hunt him down." Everyone was suddenly enlightened. The cultivators who were afraid of Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao all praised Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao for planning before taking action. A month later, Lu Ping flew towards the northwest from the eastern part of the buffer zone. Less than 2 hours later, he saw a ray of light rushing towards him from the side. Lu Ping's face turned bitter. "They're here again. It seems like this group of people is really determined to drag it out with me." For the past month, I've fought with this group of people several times. Although Lu Ping managed to injure a few of them, He was so scared by the other cultivators that they would turn around and run. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, who was in the late blood condensation realm, almost caught up to him a few times. Seeing the ray of light flying towards him, Lu Ping's face hardened. The soaring wing swords circled around and slashed towards the incoming cultivator. The pursuing cultivator seemed to be prepared. He quickly placed a bell-like mid-grade mystic artifact on top of his head to protect himself, allowing Lu Ping's flying swords to slash at him. He was like a rock standing on the beach. Although he was battered by the waves several times and was submerged in the seawater, he would slowly resurface when the waves receded. Lu Ping made up his mind. A square iron seal appeared in his hand. The defending cultivator's face paled when he saw the iron seal in Lu Ping's hand. The few cultivators who were injured by Lu Ping previously were all injured by this iron seal. If the others didn't come to his rescue in time, those cultivators would have died. He didn't expect to encounter it today. The cultivator couldn't help but turn his head to look at the path he came from. If the people who came to his rescue didn't arrive soon, he would inevitably be injured. At that time, he might have to give up on this path and let that brat Zhenling escape. It seemed like the heavens didn't want Lu Ping to escape so easily. Just as the cultivator turned his head to look, two rays of light were already flying towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping cursed in his heart. They're coming so fast. He retracted the landslide that was about to be unleashed, turned around, and continued to escape towards the east. Actually, Lu Ping didn't care about the two mid-blood condensation cultivators who came to his rescue. If he had enough time, Lu Ping could easily injure one or two of them and escape. However, his previous experience told Lu Ping that once he fought against the three cultivators would try their best to stall for time instead of fighting him to the death. As long as he could stall for time, more cultivators would come to his rescue. If he encountered Senior Brother Zhao from the Shuiyang Pavilion, he might have to leave something behind before he could escape. Half a month ago, Lu Ping was about to break out of the encirclement, but Senior Brother Zhao suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's quick reflexes, he might have been surrounded by the others. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The cultivator who had been hiding in his shell all this while saw Lu Ping retreating because of the arrival of his reinforcements. He immediately cast out a mystic instrument and attacked Lu Ping, trying to stop him from retreating. Lu Ping suddenly turned around, and the soaring wing sword caused the magic artifact to be riddled with scars. The cultivator's face turned pale, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. He quickly gave up on the idea of pestering Lu Ping and placed the defensive magic artifact firmly on top of his head, blocking Lu Ping's escape route to the northwest while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Seeing that he didn't have a chance, Lu Ping was furious. Then, he saw two more rays of light flying over from the horizon. One of them was unusually dazzling and fast. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was the Shuiyang Pavilion's Senior Brother Zhao. So, he gave up on the idea of breaking out of the encirclement and fled towards the east. When Senior Brother Zhao and the other reinforcements arrived, Lu Ping's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Senior Brother Zhao looked in the direction Lu Ping escaped and gritted his teeth. That brat escaped again. After a while, Junior Brother Wang, who was wearing a diving suit, suddenly jumped out of the sea and said, "Senior Brother Zhao, that Zhenling brat is still heading east. Should we chase after him?" Senior Brother Zhao was already furious. When he heard Junior Brother Wang's words, he suddenly turned around and said with a sinister expression, "Why shouldn't we chase after him? Nearly 20 of our Shuiyang Pavilion's cultivators were killed by Xianling sect because of this brat. If we don't kill him, how are we going to answer to the sect?" Everyone was dejected when they heard Senior Brother Zhao's words. Junior Brother Wang cautiously said, "But if we go further east, we will reach the demon territory. That place is 100 times more dangerous than the buffer zone. Previously, Xianling sect's Senior Brother Zhu Weilong repeatedly warned us not to go too deep into the demon territory. Not only are the demon territory's forces rampant there, but there are also rumors that there is another mysterious force there that has been wantonly plundering human cultivators." Senior Brother Zhao had already calmed down a lot. After listening to Junior Brother Wang's advice, he still said unwillingly, "So what? The demon territory is so big, and our forces are not weak. The danger may not come to us." Junior brother Wang saw that senior brother Zhao had calmed down, so he slowed down and continued to persuade, "Senior brother, in the buffer zone, Junling has already launched an encirclement against us. Other than our Shuai-Yang pavilion, although Xianling sect's senior brother Zhu Weilong secretly commanded the other sect's death warriors, they also suffered heavy losses. In this way, our Shuai-Yang pavilion's losses are not that great. After all, everyone has suffered losses, and the sect's higher-ups may not punish us. Moreover, recently, senior brother Zhu has repeatedly urged us to return as reinforcements. If we return late, it will not be good for the other sects." Junior brother Wang's last two sentences completely moved senior brother Zhao. The ferocious expression on his face finally faded a lot, and he lowered his head in contemplation. Everyone was secretly delighted. This 1 month of hunting down that Junling brat could be said to have made them rack their brains. This brat was simply a freak. Not only was he a third-layer blood condensation realm cultivator, but his arcane energy was also so strong that it left everyone speechless. Moreover, they had to constantly be on guard against the counterattack of others if they were alone. Just as senior brother Zhao was hesitating about what to do next, an angry voice suddenly sounded. "Are we going to let that little bastard Junling go just like that? Everyone, don't forget, we have 10 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators, 1 late blood condensation realm cultivator, and 11 cultivators. Yet, we can't even deal with a mere third-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. If this matter spreads out, how are we going to maintain our standing in our sects?" Chapter 117. Everyone looked at the person who spoke with disgust. This person was Xianling sect's Zhong Weiqing. When senior brother Zhao heard his words, he couldn't help but frown. "If that's the case, we'll chase him into the demon territory. Whether he's dead or alive, we'll return and help senior brother Zhu break through Junling's encirclement." Senior brother Zhao finally made up his mind. Zhong Weiqing was very dissatisfied. He was bent on killing Lu Ping. Originally, he wanted to refute, but he realized that everyone was looking at him. He immediately realized that he was about to incur everyone's wrath, so he hurriedly said, "We'll listen to senior brother Zhao's orders." At this time, Lu Ping was riding the high-grade magic tool, Magic Cloud Bracelet, towards the east. Lu Ping still didn't know that his pursuers had decided to return after chasing him into the demon territory. At this time, he was still trying his best to increase his speed to avoid being caught by Shuai-Yang Pavilion's late blood condensation realm senior brother Zhao. Lu Ping was now sure that the other party definitely had a treasure that could track him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to detect his movements for a month. Once Lu Ping changed directions, the other party would immediately surround him from the side. Once Lu Ping was entangled with the pursuers, the other cultivators would immediately rush over to help, and Lu Ping would be surrounded by everyone. For the past month, no matter how Lu Ping changed directions, he was still getting closer and closer to the demon territory's eastern sea. At this time, Lu Ping no longer changed directions. Since the other party could detect his movements at any time, Lu Ping could only throw caution to the wind and barge into the demon territory's sea. Perhaps he could cause the other party to have some misgivings and shake off his pursuers. 3 days later, a white cloud floated down to the surface of the sea. There was a vague figure standing on the white cloud. Lu Ping looked at the slightly undulating sea around him. This was the demon territory's sea. On the surface, it didn't look any different from the buffer zone. Lu Ping was admiring the scenery on the sea when suddenly, Lu Ping's divine sense transmitted a wave of magic power. It was under the sea. Just as Lu Ping focused, a water sword had already appeared on the surface of the sea behind him, heading straight for Lu Ping's chest. The water-repellent shield rose from Lu Ping's palm, turning into a wall of water that shimmered with light. When the water sword hit it, the wall of water rippled, turning the water sword into a part of itself. Lu Ping was just about to send his spiritual consciousness into the sea to explore the enemy under the sea when a black shadow broke through the surface of the water and rushed towards Lu Ping. The speed of the black shadow was extremely fast. Lu Ping hastily increased the amount of magic power he infused into the water repellent shield. With a kai sound, a 3 kai long object that looked like a sharp flying sword pierced through half of the water wall. If Lu Ping did not increase the amount of magic power he infused, this high-grade defensive magic treasure would have been pierced through. After the water repellent shield suffered a heavy blow, Lu Ping finally saw that it was a mid-blood condensation demonic beast, swordfish. This swordfish, including its sword-like mouth, was at least 3 meters long. Lu Ping pointed with his right hand, and the soaring wing sword flew towards the swordfish. When the swordfish missed its target, it had already jumped back into the sea when the soaring wing swords came to kill it. Lu Ping did not expect to be attacked by demonic beasts the moment he entered the demon territory. Just as he was using his spiritual consciousness to track the swordfish that jumped into the sea, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Another black shadow had already rushed behind Lu Ping. The violent impact caused the water repellent shield to shake. There was actually another swordfish demonic beast. This demonic beast was slightly smaller than the previous one, but the magic power around it clearly told Lu Ping that it was also a mid-blood condensation demonic beast. Before Lu Ping could react, this swordfish had already retreated back into the sea. With Lu Ping's spiritual consciousness, he could sense that these 2 demonic beasts did not retreat. Instead, they continued to wander around Lu Ping, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Lu Ping was suddenly besieged by 2 mid-blood condensation demonic beasts. Although he had the water repellent shield to defend against 2 attacks, the demonic beasts retreated quickly after missing their first attack. They did not engage in a fight with Lu Ping and instead followed him from behind, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Lu Ping did not know how to deal with them for the time being. It was easy for Lu Ping to retreat. As long as he raised his cloud, these 2 demonic beasts in the sea would not be able to do anything to Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to spar with these 2 demonic beasts, especially those 2 sword-like long beaks. Their attack power was no weaker than 2 high-grade magic tools. Lu Ping's spiritual consciousness moved and immediately sensed that a swordfish was already under his feet. It was rushing towards Lu Ping's feet with its head facing upwards. Lu Ping smiled. The water repellent shield flowed under his feet, protecting Lu Ping tightly. At the same time, the soaring wing sword was ready to attack. As he spoke, Lu Ping's feet shook. The swordfish had already hit the water wall under Lu Ping's feet. The cloud repellent shield bounced 3 feet into the air, and the soaring wing sword was already stabbing towards the swordfish from the front and back. With a ding sound, the long mouth of the swordfish sent the male sword flying. The other female sword was just about to cut the body of the swordfish when the other swordfish suddenly scuttled over and blocked with its long mouth, knocking the female sword to the side. It only managed to cut a half-foot-long gash on the body of the first swordfish. These 2 demonic beasts' cooperation is quite exquisite. Lu Ping withdrew the soaring wing sword that had failed in its attack. Looking at the rising blood-red ball on the surface of the sea, he exclaimed in admiration. Lu Ping controlled the cloud repellent shield and pretended to run away. The 2 demonic beasts really fell for it. They followed behind Lu Ping and chased after him. Lu Ping pretended that his magic power was not enough. He put away the water repellent shield that was hovering above his head. The 2 swordfish immediately jumped out of the sea and stabbed towards Lu Ping's back. Their long fish mouths flickered with a metallic luster. Lu Ping suddenly turned around. His face revealed a sly smile. Without waiting for the 2 demonic beasts to react, he raised his left hand and an object flew out from his storage ring. Facing the wind, it turned into a large net with a radius of several feet. It wrapped the 2 demonic beasts in mid-air. This large net was a mid-grade mystic instrument that Lu Ping obtained from his spoils of war. Lu Ping found it interesting and kept it by his side all this time. However, he had never used it before. This time, he succeeded in one fell swoop. Lu Ping originally wanted to capture the two demonic beasts alive. However, a tearing sound could be heard. The mid-grade mystic instrument's large net had been torn apart by the two demonic beasts' sharp mouths. After all, these were two mid-blood condensation realm demonic beasts. Lu Ping knew that his thinking was too simple. He quickly used the soaring wing sword to twist the net. The two demonic beasts lost their lives. However, Lu Ping's mid-grade mystic instrument was also completely torn apart by the two demonic beasts' final struggle. After dealing with the two demonic beasts, Lu Ping held the two long thorns in his hand to admire them. He planned to ask Chen Lian to forge a pair of high-grade flying thorns for him after returning to Huangli Island. These two long thorns could actually fight against his soaring wing sword. If they were forged into mystic instruments, their power would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, a long laugh came from behind him. Haha, Junling Brat is indeed extraordinary. Even two mid-blood condensation realm demonic beasts were taken care of by you. However, you will still die today. A ray of light flashed past. It was Senior Marshal Brother Zhao from Shuiyang Pavilion. Oh no! Lu Ping cursed. He was so focused on killing the two demonic beasts that he forgot about his pursuers. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao looked at Lu Ping in front of him and smiled proudly. Brat, you have been running for more than a month. In the end, you will still fall into my hands. Let's see where you can run to now. As he spoke, a person leaped out of the sea. It was Junior Marshal Brother Wang, who was wearing a diving suit. He raised a jade bottle and a squid leaped out of the sea. It was sucked into the jade bottle along with a stream of water. Lu Ping looked at the jade bottle in Junior Marshal Brother Wang's hand and said, "It must be thanks to this squid that you were able to track me for an entire month." Junior Marshal Brother Wang smiled proudly and said, "That's right. It was my spirit pet that tracked your aura. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for being able to hide for more than a month under the pursuit of more than a dozen cultivators who are stronger than you. But in the end, you will still die." A few more rays of light followed closely from the distant sea, heading towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping saw that the situation was hopeless. He flapped his soaring wing sword and charged towards Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and Senior Marshal Brother Wang. At the same time, the magic cloud under his feet rose from the sea and he fled into the distance. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao chuckled and said, "Still thinking of running?" Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and Junior Marshal Brother Wang chased after Lu Ping from the side. At the same time, they took out their magic tools and attacked Lu Ping. Lu Ping raised the water-repellent shield in front of him. Junior Marshal Brother Wang's mid-grade magic tool only caused some ripples when it hit the water wall. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's high-grade magic tool was a wind bag. After it was opened, it spat out a strange wind, blowing the water wall of the water-repellent shield in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only a thin layer was left. Lu Ping's heart tightened. He knew that he was still not a match for a late-stage cultivator. Fortunately, his transcendence energy was far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Lu Ping hurriedly poured more transcendence energy into the water-repellent shield to maintain its water wall. Lu Ping's soaring wing sword's attack was completely blocked by Senior Marshal Brother Zhao while Junior Marshal Brother Wang attacked Lu Ping with all his might. The 9 rays of light were getting closer and closer. Once they surrounded Lu Ping, no matter how powerful Lu Ping was, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. Lu Ping made up his mind and changed the direction of his soaring wing swords. He let go of Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and cast stone-piercing sky sword art towards Junior Marshal Brother Wang. Junior Marshal Brother Wang didn't expect Lu Ping to give up on Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and attack him instead. He hurriedly took out his defensive magic tool and kept the other magic tool in front of him to block Lu Ping's attack. After more than a month of pursuit, Junior Marshal Brother Wang and the others knew that this Junling cultivator in front of them couldn't be judged by common sense. Anyone who treated him as an ordinary early blood condensation cultivator would be at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ping seemed to have made up his mind to drag Junior Marshal Brother Wang down with him. He only used the water-repellent shield to block Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's attack. A pair of soaring wing swords greeted junior martial brother Wang, completely engulfing him in Lu Ping's sword wave. Chapter 118. Lu Ping allowed senior brother Zhao's attacks to whittle down the water-repellent shield until only a thin layer was left. Just as the shield was about to break, Lu Ping turned his soaring swords into a monstrous wave and trapped junior brother Wang in it. It was obvious that Lu Ping was like a cornered beast. Just as the two saw that Lu Ping was about to be surrounded and killed by everyone, a huge metal stamp suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed towards junior brother Wang's defensive shield. Although it was a surprise attack, and no one expected Lu Ping to be able to control 3 high-grade magic tools at the same time with his third-layer blood condensation cultivation, they had seen Lu Ping's landslide when they were chasing after Lu Ping. Hence, even though junior brother Wang was shocked, he didn't panic too much because he had senior brother Zhao, who was at the late blood condensation realm, to help him. A loud sound rang out, and junior brother Wang's defensive shield wailed after being smashed by the landslide. It turned into a palm-sized wooden shield and landed in junior brother Wang's hands. The shield was already covered in cracks, and junior brother Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. Another crisp sound rang out, and the water wall formed by Lu Ping's water-repellent shield was also shattered by senior brother Zhao's attack. Fortunately, the water-repellent shield was a high-grade magic tool. Even though the water wall was broken, the magic tool wasn't seriously damaged. As long as Lu Ping used his arcane energy to nourish it for a period of time, it would recover. Lu Ping raised his hands and threw out 2 water escape talismans, barely blocking senior brother Zhao's attack. A blood-red mid-grade magic tool flew towards junior brother Wang, who was trying his best to block Lu Ping's dual swords. Junior martial brother Wang was already injured after Lu Ping broke through his defense. Now, he was barely able to block Lu Ping's attacks. Seeing Lu Ping launching another mystic instrument at him, junior martial brother Wang hurriedly took out another defensive mystic instrument to block the attack. Although this mystic instrument didn't cast any spells, its speed was still extremely fast. Senior brother Zhao waved his hand and broke Lu Ping's 2 water escape talismans. When he saw Lu Ping's blood-red magic tool flying towards junior brother Wang, his expression changed, and he hurriedly warned, "Careful, dodge, don't block." Senior martial brother Zhao's warning was too late. Just as the 2 mystic instruments collided, a loud explosion rang out. Lu Ping's blood-red mystic instrument suddenly exploded, shattering junior martial brother Wang's backup mystic instrument into pieces. The fragments of the mystic instrument flew everywhere. Junior brother Wang bore the brunt of the attack. Although he tried his best to block, he was still hit by 2 of the fragments. One of them broke his ribs, and the other scraped off a piece of flesh from his thigh. Junior brother Wang grimaced in pain and howled miserably. Lu Ping's soaring wing sword took this opportunity to break through junior brother Wang's obstruction. As junior brother Wang screamed in despair, Lu Ping's sword pierced through his heart. At this moment, senior brother Zhao's wind bag blew out a black wind. Lu Ping only had enough time to use a water manipulation spell to create a curtain of water on the surface of the sea. However, it was still unable to block the black wind's attack. Lu Ping suddenly felt his whole body shiver. When this black wind blew on his body, although he had the protection of the spirit snake armor, Lu Ping still felt a chill from his bone marrow. At the same time, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels also felt uncomfortable. He knew that he had been plotted against. Lu Ping quickly circulated his magic power in his body. After a round of inspection, he knew that due to the protection of the spirit snake armor, his injuries were not serious. As long as he had some time, he could use his magic power to expel the cold poison from his body. Although it was inconvenient, Lu Ping could use his profound magic power to suppress it. For a while, there would not be any problems. The reason why Lu Ping killed junior brother Wang was because he wanted to stop junior brother Wang from using his spirit pet to track him. Now that junior brother Wang was dead, his spirit pet would not survive either. Lu Ping used his soaring wing sword to create waves, blocking the strange wind from senior brother Zhao's wind bag. Then, he turned around and fled into the depths of the demon sea. Just as Lu Ping was about to activate his magic cloud wrap to escape, a grey light had already landed in front of Lu Ping. A flying sword was flying towards him. Lu Ping had no choice but to stop and use the goose feather blades that he hadn't used for a long time to knock the flying sword away. The light flashed and landed in front of Lu Ping. It was Xian Ling sect's Zhong Weiqing with a pale face. He had obviously used a secret technique to stop Lu Ping before the other cultivators could. Although the crowd didn't know what kind of grudge Zhong Weiqing had with Lu Ping that made him risk his life to stop Lu Ping, now that someone was standing up for him, they were more than happy to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had a rough idea of Zhong Weiqing's motives. After the trip to Fei Ling Island, Zhong Weiqing lost half of his loot in the treasure competition with Jinling sect and was demoted to a cultivator awaiting punishment. Originally, this treasure competition was decided by the two sects, so Zhong Weiqing's loss wasn't a big deal. He could only blame the fact that Fei Ling Island's harvest was the largest ever, and even the core forging cultivators present were greedy. What was worse was that the appearance of two spirit treasures made Zhong Weiqing fall into the abyss. In a fit of rage, Feng Shudao directly threw Zhong Weiqing into the group of cultivators awaiting punishment and made him a death warrior of Xianling sect. This was also the reason why Zhong Weiqing hated Lu Ping to the bone. Lu Ping didn't expect Zhong Weiqing to use such an extreme method to cut off his escape route. Lu Ping's original plan was to kill his way out before the others could surround him. This was also the reason why he took the risk to kill junior brother Wang so that no one would be able to track him. But now, Lu Ping was trapped like a turtle in a jar. Naturally, his heart was filled with shock and anger. Looking at the expression on Lu Ping's face, Zhong Weiqing's heart was filled with the thrill of revenge. He laughed and said, "Lu Ping, to think that you would have such a day." At this time, Lu Ping was already surrounded by the people who had rushed over. Lu Ping didn't say a word, but the soaring wing swords circled around him. Today could be said to be the biggest calamity of his life. Surrounded by enemies, he could only fight to the death. Although he still had some tricks up his sleeves, whether he could escape or not depended on the will of the heavens. At this time, a wave of applause came from all directions, and an indistinct voice rang out, "Not bad, not bad." We, the Overturned Oceans gang, originally planned to return to the buffer zone to rest for a while, but who would have thought that we would run into such a good show? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "I wonder if we can join in the fun?" Everyone panicked, and even Lu Ping's heart sank. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao shouted, "Who is so sneaky? Don't you know that it's the North Sea Mistwater Pavilion, Xianling sect, and the other sects? Quickly show yourself." The voice sounded out once more, and it chuckled lightly as it said, "Mistwater Pavilion? Xianling sect? What's so great about that? I've never heard of it before. Since you want to see my Overturned Oceans gang, then let's fulfill your wish." As soon as the voice finished speaking, there was a wave of arcane energy on the surface of the water. The scenery around them twisted and shattered, but the scenery on the surface of the sea didn't change much. Outside of the cultivators surrounding Lu Ping, another 20 cultivators dressed in different attire appeared, surrounding Lu Ping, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, and the rest. The 5 cultivators in the lead were all late blood condensation cultivators with immense arcane energy. This was an illusion array with a large area of effect. Everyone was inside the array and had been fighting for a long time, but they didn't realize that they were already in danger. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood something and said, "You must be the demon race's mysterious sea god pirate force that was rumored by the cultivators who went out to sea. You must be the same as us, here to disrupt the order of Jinling sect's ocean domain. Since we have the same goal, we shouldn't clash with each other and let Jinling sect take advantage of us." He pointed at Lu Ping and said, "This time, we're here to hunt down Jinling's spy. If we let this spy escape, Jinling will definitely hunt us and your gang down. If your gang is willing, we can give this Jinling cultivator to your gang as a gift for our first meeting. What do you think?" The leader of the 5 late blood condensation cultivators glanced at Lu Ping and chuckled. "Interesting. An early blood condensation cultivator was actually chased by more than 10 cultivators who are far stronger than him. From the looks of it, the pursuit wasn't short either. One of them was even killed right in front of a late blood condensation cultivator. How interesting. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao and the others who were chasing after Lu Ping blushed. On the other hand, Lu Ping's heart tightened. He felt that this person's tone wasn't friendly. As expected, the leader's tone changed and his killing intent soared. In that case, all of you can die now. This way, Junling won't receive any news. Even Shui Yang Pavilion and Xianling sect will think that all of you died in Junling's hands. Isn't that great? As soon as the leader finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators from the overflowing sea sect used their magic tools and spells to attack the people who were being surrounded. 3 of the 5 late blood condensation cultivators went to surround Senior Marshal Brother Zhao. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao shouted anxiously, "Everyone, split up and break out of the encirclement. Every single one of us who can escape counts. Report to your respective sects what happened today. Investigate the overflowing sea sect thoroughly and avenge us." The leader's expression changed when he heard Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's words. He knew that he had said something wrong. He sneered. "Do you think you can still live today?" The overflowing sea sect had the absolute advantage. Usually, 2 or 3 of them were chasing after one person. The sound of magic tools and spells exploding could be heard everywhere. The screams of cultivators dying could be heard from time to time. When the overflowing sea sect's cultivators attacked, Lu Ping forcefully activated his damaged water repellent shield and fled towards the depths of the Demon Sea. Lu Ping didn't dare to turn back. When the 5 late-stage overflowing sea sect cultivators appeared, they were all standing on the surface of the sea to the west, cutting off everyone's path of retreat. Lu Ping didn't want to fight against late-stage overflowing sea sect cultivators. However, while Lu Ping was hiding from the late-stage overflowing sea sect cultivators, he didn't expect that one of the late-stage overflowing sea sect cultivators would come looking for Lu Ping. Lu Ping managed to kill the mid-stage blood condensation junior Marshal Brother Wang despite being attacked by Senior Marshal Brother Zhao. This shocked the overflowing sea sect cultivators who were hiding at the side. Even though the overflowing sea sect cultivators looked down on the North Sea cultivators, they still sent a late-stage blood condensation cultivator to chase after Lu Ping. Lu Ping groaned inwardly. He knew that his performance was too heaven-defying, which attracted the attention of the overflowing sea sect cultivators. However, his life was more important now. He couldn't care less. With a flip of his hand, he tossed a blood-red mid-grade magic tool behind him and slapped a water escape talisman on his body. Instantly, his body seemed to transform into a stream of water, flying across the sea. Chapter 119. The late blood condensation realm cultivator from the overflowing sea sect looked at the incoming blood sacrifice Dharma artifact and smiled. "I knew you had this trick up your sleeve." As he said that, he threw a low-grade Dharma artifact. The low-grade Dharma artifact filled with magic power collided with the mid-grade Dharma artifact that Lu Ping had sacrificed. Amidst the loud explosion, a high-grade Dharma artifact in the shape of a clamshell wrapped around the cultivator. The overflowing sea sect cultivator weaved through the fragments of the Dharma artifact and chased after Lu Ping. Lu Ping finished using his water escape talisman. When he jumped out of the sea and looked back, the cultivator was already hot on his heels. Without another word, Lu Ping used another water escape talisman, which turned into a stream of water and flew forward. When Lu Ping was in the first layer of the blood condensation realm, he had managed to escape from a late blood condensation realm cultivator from Xianling sect. However, at that time, Lu Ping had a high-grade blood escape talisman. Furthermore, the Xianling sect cultivator who was chasing Lu Ping was not as strong as this overflowing sea sect cultivator. Moreover, Lu Ping was still injured. When Lu Ping jumped out of the sea again, a clump of seaweed suddenly rose from the sea and wrapped around Lu Ping's body. When he turned around, he realized that the overflowing sea sect cultivator had not been left behind. Instead, he had caught up to Lu Ping by a few dozen feet. Lu Ping swept the soaring wing sword under his feet and instantly broke free from the shackles on his body. However, this brief moment gave the overflowing sea sect cultivator enough time to catch up to Lu Ping. He placed a shallow plate in front of his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of magic power. The small particles on the plate were immediately blown into the air, transforming into dandelion-like objects that floated towards Lu Ping. Although their speed was slow, the sky full of flying feathers made it impossible for Lu Ping to dodge. At that moment, Lu Ping's body was wounded and he had exhausted a considerable amount of his magic power. Thus, Lu Ping dared not stop for even a moment. One soaring wing sword was in front of him while the other was behind him. He did his best to block off the omnipresent flying feathers. As for the magic cloud bracelet beneath his feet, he unleashed the wave treading technique and charged out. Lu Ping gave it his all, but in the end, he was still incapable of dodging the flying feathers. Several of the flying feathers landed on Lu Ping's body. Instantly, countless fine roots extended out to stab into Lu Ping's clothes. Thankfully, Lu Ping had the inner armor on his upper body to protect himself. Thus, most of the flying feathers that landed on his body failed to stab into Lu Ping's skin. Only 2 of the flying feathers landed on Lu Ping's arm. Instantly, Lu Ping felt an itch on his arm and the faint magic power within his body was sucked out by the roots that the flying feathers had pierced into his body. At the same time, Lu Ping's body turned sluggish. It felt as though his whole body had sunk into water. Even just walking would require a great deal of effort. Lu Ping struggled to break free from the flying feathers. Channeling his magic power, he shook off the 2 flying feathers on his arm. Seeing that the cultivators from Overturned Sea's faction were about to arrive, Lu Ping could no longer care about anything else. He channeled his magic power into his meridians and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Using the blood as a guide, Lu Ping utilized the magic cloud bracelet to activate the wave treading technique, transforming it into a blood escape technique. Instantly, Lu Ping's figure disappeared from the surface of the ocean. All that was left in the sky above the ocean was a fading red light. The cultivator from Overturned Sea's faction's face sank and he swiftly pointed at the surface of the ocean. Next, a wooden boat appeared on the surface of the ocean. The cultivator stepped onto the wooden boat and it transformed into a beam of cyan-colored light as it flew towards the direction that Lu Ping had gone. Lu Ping activated the 3 secret techniques at the same time to cover a distance of tens of li in just 1 breath's worth of time. When he emerged from the surface of the ocean, Lu Ping, who was grievously wounded, coughed out a second mouthful of blood. No matter what, this mouthful of blood must not go to waste. For safety's sake, Lu Ping made use of this mouthful of blood to activate the blood escape technique again. This time, however, he did not activate all 3 techniques at the same time. Tens of li away, Lu Ping had just stopped on the surface of the ocean when he heard a sharp screech coming from above. It was a flying demonic beast that saw Lu Ping trespassing into its territory. Thus, it flew towards Lu Ping's head and pecked at him. Lu Ping used his divine sense to scan the demonic beast. It turned out to be a 6th-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast. When Lu Ping was in good condition, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of it. But now that Lu Ping's injuries had worsened, and the demonic beast had the advantage of flight, he could only turn around and continue fleeing. Lu Ping ordered the demonic beast to chase him for tens of li before he flapped his wings twice and circled twice in the sky before turning back. Lu Ping finally had a chance to catch his breath. However, before he could fly for more than a few li, a huge wave soared into the sky, drawing an arc in the air and crashing towards Lu Ping. A huge fish leaped out of the water. It turned out to be a strange fish with a mouth that occupied half of its body. Lu Ping moved sideways to avoid the water wave. The big fish emerged from the water and spat out a stream of arcane energy at Lu Ping again. Lu Ping didn't know what to do. Lu Ping used his divine sense to scan the fish. It turned out to be a 4th-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast. Lu Ping was seriously injured. After using the blood escape technique twice, Lu Ping was almost at the end of his rope. He was in a hurry to find a safe place to recuperate. In addition, he was in a dangerous place like the demon territory. He really didn't have the mood to stay and deal with the demonic beasts. Lu Ping retracted the arcane energy in his body and used his magic cloud circle to avoid the strange fish. He randomly chose a direction and continued fleeing in the demon territory. Along the way, Lu Ping would be attacked by a blood condensation demonic beast every few tens or hundreds of li. The demonic beasts in the blood condensation realm occupied different territories according to their strength. Lu Ping relied on his large divine sense range and magic cloud circles speed to dodge the attacks. Finally, at a place that even Lu Ping didn't know, he encountered a second-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast. Lu Ping thought for a while and released Lu Dagui. He used his divine sense to give it a few instructions. Blood condensation realm demonic beasts had already gained sentience. Although they couldn't speak, they could communicate with human cultivators through their divine sense. Moreover, Lu Dagui was Lu Ping's spirit pet, so it obeyed Lu Ping's orders. Lu Dagui's 3-meter-long body floated on the surface of the sea. Its long neck extended out of its shell and it let out a low growl at the crab. This was a challenge horn between demonic beasts. The crab's cultivation was higher than Lu Dagui's. The only thing it feared was the human cultivator beside it. However, Lu Dagui's provocation had completely angered the crab. Demonic beasts had a stricter hierarchy than humans. The stronger demonic beasts would always have a higher status than the weaker ones. The law of the jungle was the law of the jungle. Lu Dagui's provocation was an unforgivable mistake in the crab's eyes. This sea turtle had to pay with its life. The crab waved its 2 large pincers. Its 3-meter-long body took a few steps on the surface of the sea and arrived in front of Lu Dagui. One of its pincers swiped at the sea. Lu Dagui only had enough time to use his 4 limbs to create a wave to block the attack. However, with the protection of Lu Ping's wings, Lu Dagui clearly lacked experience in fighting against demonic beasts. The crab's pincers effortlessly scattered the wave and lifted Lu Dagui up from the surface of the sea. The crab took another step forward and its other pincer was already aiming for Lu Dagui's neck. Lu Dagui instinctively pulled his neck back into the shell. At the same time, he threw himself into the sea. The pincers scraped against the shell, creating a grinding sound that made people's teeth hurt. In just a few rounds, Lu Dagui was forced into the shell by the crab's attacks. No matter how the crab attacked him, he couldn't fight back. Fortunately, Lu Dagui had a natural technique. The crab couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ping watched from the side as the 2 demonic beasts fought. At first, he didn't show any signs of interfering. In fact, this was Lu Ping deliberately giving Lu Dagui a chance to train. Since he had become Lu Ping's spirit pet, he naturally couldn't just be a mount on the sea. A spirit pet's other identity was to be a cultivator's fighter. The result of the fight made Lu Ping very dissatisfied. Other than the hard shell, Lu Dagui didn't have any good points. Of course, this was related to the crab's first-layer blood condensation cultivation. However, Lu Dagui's ordinary bloodline was also one of the reasons. His background and talent were far inferior to the 3 green sea snakes. Lu Ping reluctantly released the soaring winged swords. The 2 swords circled around the crab. Before the demonic beast could defend itself, 2-meter-long pincers were already cut off by Lu Ping. Lu Ping put them away. These 2 large pincers were the only parts of the crab that could pique Lu Ping's interest. When Lu Dagui saw its master stepping forward to help, its morale was immediately boosted. The turtle that was hiding on the sea surface was suddenly lifted into the air by a wave. The huge turtle shell immediately spun and slammed into the crab that had its pincers chopped off. After a loud bang, Lu Dagui smashed into the sea surface and only splashed up a few feet of water. On the other hand, the crab's 2 eyeballs were smashed by the turtle shell. Blood splattered everywhere. When Lu Ping saw that the crab couldn't fight back anymore, he released Lu Dabao and the 3 spirit snakes. The 5 demonic beasts worked together and devoured the second-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast in no time. At this time, Lu Ping had already found the crab's nest under a coral reef. Lu Ping cast a spell and cleaned up the lair. He urgently needed a safe place to recuperate from his injuries, which was why he asked Lu Dague to challenge the crab. This way, after Lu Dague killed the crab, he would become the little lord of this area. Not only that, with his new identity, he wouldn't attract too much attention from the other monsters. This way, Lu Ping would be able to recuperate without being discovered by the other monsters. He ordered Lu Dague to patrol the crab's territory and announced to other demonic beasts that Lu Dague was the lord of this area. At the same time, he told Lu Dabao and the 3 spirit snakes not to run around in Lu Dague's territory. After that, Lu Ping swallowed a high-grade essence recovery pill that was worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones and started to recover from his injuries. Chapter 120. Although the change of the lord of this generation had attracted the attention of some nearby blood condensation realm demonic beasts, Lu Dague's identity as a blood condensation realm demonic beast, in addition to the 3 green sea snakes and Lu Dabao's assistance, allowed Lu Dague to successfully declare his sovereignty as the lord of the nearby seas. Due to Lu Dague's cowering tactics, the other early blood condensation realm demonic beasts could not do anything to him. In the end, the challenges were left unsettled. Lu Ping had been escaping and fighting for more than a month. He had challenged those who were stronger than him several times, causing his injuries to be quite severe. He could not be bothered with the actions of Lu Dague and the other spiritual pets in the sea. He only ordered them to guard the Lord's territory and protect him. Fortunately, Lu Ping always had a high-quality healing pill on him just in case. With the help of a vitality replenishing pill worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones, Lu Ping spent 7 days to stabilize his injuries. With the help of several ordinary vitality replenishing pills, Lu Ping's injuries gradually recovered. Just like that, 3 months passed in the crab's nest. Lu Ping finally recovered from his injuries. After recovering, Lu Ping was not in a hurry to leave the demon territory and return to Huangli Island. This time, Lu Ping was being hunted. Obviously, someone had deliberately leaked his whereabouts. Although he would be safe if he returned now, it would also allow the person who was plotting against him to hide even more deeply. These people obviously would not let him go just because their scheme failed once. If they failed this time, their next scheme would only be more secretive, more ruthless, and relentless. Lu Ping had a chance to escape the first time, but he might not be able to escape the second time. Now, Lu Ping could only hide in the dark and let people think that he had fallen in the demon territory. This way, the person who was plotting against him would be careless and let their guard down. More importantly, after this period of continuous battles on the sea, Lu Ping felt that he had gained a lot. His cultivation was about to take another leap forward. At the same time, he had fought with mid and late blood condensation cultivators. Although the results were enough to make Lu Ping proud among the early blood condensation cultivators, the cruel reality made Lu Ping deeply feel that he was still weak in terms of cultivation. Lu Ping felt an increasing urgency to improve his cultivation. This was an opportunity. Currently, the demon territory that Lu Ping was in didn't have a high cultivation base. With Lu Dague as his cover, Lu Ping could focus on cultivating in the demon territory for a period of time. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of cultivation pills for early blood condensation cultivators. Although the lack of a spirit vein would affect his cultivation, leaving Huangli Island would also allow him to avoid the troubles of the sect and save him a lot of cultivation time. With the support of sufficient cultivation pills, Lu Ping spent another year accumulating his spiritual energy to the peak of the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm. Inside the lair, Lu Ping took out a jade box made of spirit jade from his storage ring. This jade box was specially used to store some valuable cultivation items. It could greatly preserve the spiritual energy of the items inside the box. Lu Ping opened the jade box. Inside were 4 scarlet condensed blood beads the size of peanuts. There was also a slightly smaller condensed blood bead. The surface of the bead also had a faint glow. These 5 condensed blood beads were left behind by the 2 green sea snakes that died in Lu Ping's hands. One of the 4th level blood condensation realm spirit snakes left behind 4 larger beads. The other one was left behind by a 3rd level blood condensation realm spirit snake. The other 2 beads were destroyed by the spirit snake's self-destruction. Advancing from the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm to the 4th level of the blood condensation realm was a watershed for a cultivator to advance from the early blood condensation realm to the mid-blood condensation realm. The most important thing about this watershed was that the cultivator no longer had to use their foundation bloodline to fuse with the spiritual energy of other bloodlines in their body and then expel the wasted bloodlines. Instead, they had to use an external bloodline that had the same origin as the foundation bloodline to make up for the deficiency in the foundation bloodline. This in itself was a kind of purification and strengthening of the foundation bloodline. After all, as the cultivator's cultivation increased, the spiritual energy contained in the auxiliary bloodlines that had yet to be fused with would also increase. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to fuse with the auxiliary bloodline. This required the absolute strengthening of the foundation bloodline to be able to balance the other auxiliary bloodlines. The so-called blood condensation realm actually had 2 meanings. The first was to fuse with the spiritual energy of other bloodlines and expel the wasted bloodlines that had lost their spiritual energy. The second was to fuse with an external bloodline that had the same origin as the foundation bloodline to strengthen the foundation bloodline and make up for the deficiency in the foundation bloodline. The best choice to use an external bloodline to make up for the foundation bloodline was naturally the condensed blood bead. However, regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a demon, the condensed blood bead was a treasure that concerned their lives. After a cultivator died, very few condensed blood beads would be left behind. Lu Ping had obtained several condensed blood beads after killing Qiao Shipeng. It couldn't be denied that his luck was heaven-defying. However, when Lu Ping went on a killing spree in the seas around Shenqi Island, Failing Island, and the buffer zone, he didn't even obtain a single condensed blood bead. This showed how difficult it was to obtain a condensed blood bead. Lu Ping's foundation bloodline was the water-attributed Jiao bloodline. Lu Ping also focused on cultivating pure water techniques. Even if he slowed down his cultivation speed, he still had to ensure that the spiritual energy he cultivated was pure and thick. Therefore, Lu Ping was extremely cautious when it came to fusing with external bloodlines. The reason why the green sea snakes were able to become nobles among the demon race was naturally due to their relatively pure Jiao bloodline. These 2 green sea snakes happened to have the water-attributed Jiao bloodline, so they were the perfect items for Lu Ping to fuse with to replenish his foundation bloodline. There was another reason why Lu Ping chose the green sea snake bloodline. Because of the 7th patriarch, every living creature in this world had 7 types of bloodlines in their blood. As one of the 7 types of bloodlines, the Jiao bloodline allowed the Jiao bloodline to enjoy a supreme status in this world. However, in Lu Ping's innate knowledge, the Jiao bloodline was just a type of Jiao bloodline. Above it, there was another type of Jiao bloodline, and that was the dragon. Lu Ping didn't know if dragons existed in this world. At the very least, there were no legends about dragons among the cultivators of this world. According to the legends of the world that Lu Ping came from, if dragons really existed, then the Jiao bloodline was just a branch of the dragon's bloodline. After Lu Ping entered the blood condensation realm, he carefully researched the legends of the Jiao bloodline in this world. He collected all kinds of pictures of the Jiao bloodline and studied them carefully. However, the results disappointed Lu Ping greatly. These pictures of the Jiao bloodline were strange and had all kinds of images of Jiao bloodlines. This puzzled Lu Ping. After asking Master Immortal Liu and perfected Jiang Shenlin, Lu Ping found out that these images of the Jiao bloodline came from the Jiao bloodline's Dharma form, Laozu. After a cultivator finished forging his golden core would merge with his divine will and transform into a Dharma form. The cultivator would then advance to the Dharma form realm. The image of the Dharma idol was the image of different Dharma adepts in the blood condensation realm. They had different understandings of different bloodlines and true spirits. The source of these understandings was the fusion of foreign bloodlines during the blood condensation realm. When a cultivator fused with the same type of Jiao bloodline, his magic power and divine will would undergo some hidden changes. These changes would only appear after the cultivator reached the Dharma form realm and achieved Dharma form. Since Lu Ping had another identity, His deep-rooted view from the other world caused him to have another thought. This thought made him look down on the so-called Jiao bloodline. Instead, he set his sights on a creature that didn't even exist in this world. He was actually gambling on this unknown but real creature. He ordered Lu Dagui and the other spiritual pets to guard the lair that Lu Ping used for seclusion. Lu Ping swallowed one of the 4th-level condensed blood beads using the special refining method of the North Sea Wave listening mantra. He slowly stripped the magic power and bloodline essence from the condensed blood bead and refined them into Lu Ping's foundation bloodline. Refining the condensed blood bead was a slow process. It required the cultivator's foundation bloodline to completely fuse with the condensed blood bead's bloodline essence and arcane energy. This process would inevitably cause some pain during the fusion process, which often made the cultivator wish they were dead. This was recorded in detail in the blood condensation realm's cultivation process, and Lu Ping was prepared to face this challenge. However, the fusion process made Lu Ping speechless again. Lu Ping's foundation bloodline once again displayed its unparalleled dominance. It directly devoured everything that was stripped from the condensed blood bead, causing the originally slow fusion process to accelerate greatly. At the same time, the discomfort that accompanied the fusion process didn't appear at all. This process once again allowed Lu Ping to witness the strength of his foundation bloodline after it mutated. However, this condensed blood bead only brought Lu Ping one step closer to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. It was far from allowing Lu Ping to break through to the 4th level. Lu Ping was already prepared for this. He directly placed the 2nd condensed blood bead in his mouth. The best way for a blood condensation cultivator to advance to the next level was naturally to refine a condensed blood bead. However, there were different ways to refine a condensed blood bead. Most cultivators could only refine a condensed blood bead that matched their cultivation level. For example, a 3rd-level blood condensation cultivator could refine a condensed blood bead that matched their cultivation level. Of course, it was better to refine a condensed blood bead that matched a condensed blood bead. However, refining a condensed blood bead was different. Most cultivators could only refine a condensed blood bead that matched their cultivation level. For example, a 3rd-level blood condensation cultivator could only refine 1 or 2 condensed blood beads to break through to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. After Lu Ping combined the Sea Wave listening scripture and Sea Flying Spirits Treading the Sea into the North Sea Wave listening scripture, his arcane energy, which was already incomparably dense compared to other cultivators in the same realm, became even more abundant. Even a pure 4th-layer condensed blood bead couldn't help Lu Ping break through to the mid-blood condensation realm. Only after refining the 3rd condensed blood bead did Lu Ping feel that he had truly touched the barrier of the mid-stage blood condensation realm. Lu Ping felt as though he could step into this realm at any time. However, this barrier in front of Lu Ping just couldn't be broken through. Without any hesitation, Lu Ping placed the 4th condensed blood bead into his mouth. His tyrannical foundation bloodline stripped away everything inside the condensed blood bead and devoured it completely. Surging magic energy filled his blood. Accompanied by the powerful throbbing of his heart, the magic energy flowed through his entire body like a flood. The 3 condensed blood beads in his heart core finally grew to their maximum size. There was a ripple in space, and the 4th condensed blood bead condensed out of thin air. Endless magic energy and bloodline essences gathered around the 4th condensed blood bead, causing it to grow to half the size of the other 3 condensed blood beads. Just as Lu Ping condensed the 4th condensed blood bead and successfully stepped into the mid-stage blood condensation realm, the spiritual energy and essence in his blood finally permeated every part of his body. Finally, it strengthened Lu Ping's body. Surging essence energy surged out of his body and gathered above Lu Ping's head, forming a straight pillar of essence energy smoke. Chapter 121. By the time Lu Ping stabilized his 4th-level blood condensation realm cultivation, it had been 2 years since he left Huangli Island. After exiting seclusion, Lu Ping planned to return to Huangli Island immediately to investigate the mastermind who leaked his whereabouts. In fact, Lu Ping already had his suspicions about the mastermind. However, The mastermind was from a cultivator family and had a complicated background. If Lu Ping didn't have any concrete evidence, he wouldn't be able to move these people. Instead, it would arouse their suspicions and cause them to attack him again. Anyway, with Lu Ping's demonic beast identity as a cover and the early blood condensation realm demonic beasts gathering in this area, there wouldn't be any factors that could threaten Lu Ping's safety. Therefore, Lu Ping was able to practice his alchemy skills here without any qualms. After all, Lu Ping's alchemy skills took another leap after he advanced to the mid-blood condensation realm. Now, Lu Ping's success rate in refining late blood refining realm pills had reached 50% to 60%. In other words, Lu Ping had basically met the requirements to concoct blood condensation realm pills. Lu Ping originally planned to concoct blood condensation realm pills after he reached 70% success rate in refining late blood refining realm pills. This was because, according to Lu Ping's past experience, the failure rate of concocting a new type of pill was extremely high. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had already used up all the blood refining realm spirit herbs he had on him. In the alchemy profession, all cultivators who practiced alchemy were divided into 5 classes. Starting from the apprentice alchemist, the apprentice alchemist, the apprentice alchemist, the apprentice alchemist, and the apprentice alchemist who successfully concocted blood refining realm pills under the guidance of their master would be called an apprentice alchemist. 80% of cultivators who wanted to become alchemists were stuck at the apprentice alchemist level. Even if they successfully concocted blood condensation realm pills, they wouldn't be called an alchemist. Only apprentices who successfully concocted blood condensation pills would be considered alchemist masters. The difficulty of concocting blood condensation pills was not any lower than concocting late blood condensation realm pills. When an alchemist could successfully refine elixirs for core forging stage cultivators, then he could be called an alchemy master. Legend has it that if an alchemist could refine elixirs for transcendent stage ancestors, then he could be called an alchemy grandmaster. Even Dharma adepts had to be courteous to such cultivators. Their status in the cultivation world was no less than that of Dharma adepts, and they were highly sought after by various sects. Lu Ping had quite a lot of spiritual herbs that could be used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. Most of them were harvested from Fei Ling Island. Now, they could finally be put to good use. In the past 2 years, Lu Ping finally managed to maintain a 30% success rate in concocting blood condensation realm pills. However, the price he paid was that Lu Ping wasted almost half of the 4,500-year-old spiritual herbs that Lu Ping had. If an alchemist were to find out about this, they would probably fight him to the death. This was the disadvantage of not having a master to guide him. Even though Lu Ping had received the alchemist's inheritance and obtained a lot of pill recipes, he still needed to ponder and discover everything by himself. It was inevitable that he would have to pay a higher tuition fee than other apprentices. The only one who benefited from this was Lu Dagui. Since Lu Ping's cultivation had reached the mid-blood condensation realm, the effects of early blood condensation realm pills were too weak for Lu Ping, who had abundant arcane energy. In addition, Lu Ping still had some mid-blood condensation realm pills with him. Therefore, he gave these early blood condensation realm pills to the loyal Lu Dagui. Lu Dagui, who had an ordinary aptitude, successfully stabilized his cultivation in the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm in 2 years. The cultivation of the other spiritual pets also improved. Dabao finally broke through to the late blood refining realm and reached the 8th level. The improvement of the 3 spiritual snakes made Lu Ping exclaim in admiration. As expected of the green sea snake, it successfully broke through to the late blood refining realm and reached the 7th level in just 2 short years. Initially, Dabao and Samling were the most active. At first, Dabao could still gain the upper hand when playing with Samling because of his superior cultivation. But now, Dabao was no longer a match for any of the spiritual snakes. Even though his cultivation was 1 level higher than Samling, Dabao's forte was obviously not fighting. Instead, he was good at escaping. Even when Samling teamed up to surround him, he still managed to slip away. Lu Ping didn't care much about his spirit pets other than their cultivation bases. They were all monster beasts, so they were born with a wild nature. If he tried too hard, it would affect their growth. Finally, Lu Ping tried to concoct the blood-condensing pill. Lu Ping embedded 4 mid-grade spirit stones into the spirit gathering plate that contained the blue spiritual fire. At the same time, he formed a set of fire-controlling hand seals. This was a fire-controlling technique recorded in the Flourishing Wave Pill scripture. It could make it easier for a cultivator to control the intensity of the flame and the temperature of the flame. Above the flame was a mid-grade cauldron that was already preheated. Lu Ping followed the sequence recorded in the recipe and placed the 24 500-year-old spiritual herbs into the cauldron one by one. At the same time, he changed his hand seals and injected a stream of pure arcane energy into the spirit-gathering plate. With the help of his divine sense, the flame of the blue spiritual fire suddenly swelled up. Waves of heat spread out in all directions and the blue flame licked the bottom of the cauldron. At the same time, Lu Ping divided his attention and sent a part of his divine sense into the cauldron. He carefully felt the changes in the properties of the 24 spiritual herbs. Just like that, 3 days passed. Although Lu Ping could stop to rest or cultivate when the medicinal properties of the medicinal pellets were stable to recover his tired mind, this cauldron of medicinal pellets was of great significance. It was related to whether Lu Ping could become an alchemist or not. Hence, Lu Ping couldn't find the time to rest. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, it was the last moment of core formation. Lu Ping sat in front of the cauldron and spread out his divine sense, paying close attention to the cauldron's condition. Suddenly, Lu Ping's expression turned serious. The medicinal properties of the 24 spiritual herbs had all been stimulated. They turned into liquid and slowly fused together. A strange fragrance filled the cauldron. The samling, spirit-seeking mouse, and sea turtle who had been waiting outside the cauldron for a long time were already salivating and restless. Under the influence of the spirit-splitting art, Lu Ping's divine sense slowly increased to about 90 zhong. This was no longer weaker than the divine sense of a late blood condensation cultivator. Lu Ping split his divine sense into 3 parts. One part would continue to work with the fire control technique to slowly reduce the intensity of the azure spirit fire's fire. Another part would go deep into the cauldron to carefully examine the medicinal properties in the fused liquid. At the same time, the third part would be on standby. Once the medicinal properties in the liquid were completely fused, the third part would work with Lu Ping's core condensing spell to condense the liquid into a pellet. This step was the last hurdle. If it was not successful, the condensed spirit liquid would evaporate the moment the alchemy furnace was opened and lose its effect. Only by condensing it into a pill could the loss of medicinal properties be minimized, or even completely stopped. At this moment, Lu Ping's expression changed again. It was time to condense the pill. He quickly formed hand seals with the core condensation art and shot them towards the cauldron. At the same time, his divine sense cooperated with the hand seals to gather the spiritual liquid and condense it into a pill. Sweat gradually appeared on Lu Ping's face. It wasn't because his magic power was insufficient, but because he had overused his divine sense after splitting it into 3 parts. It was too much for Lu Ping to bear. Lu Ping clenched his teeth and cast out the last hand seal. The cauldron suddenly shook, and a stronger fragrance than before accompanied by a burning smell wafted out from the cauldron. Lu Ping was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron opened and 2 purple longan-sized pills flew out. They were the blood condensation pills that Lu Ping couldn't be more familiar with. At the same time, 8 black pills flew out. They emitted a burning smell. They were all useless pills. It was his first time refining a new type of pill and he had a 20% success rate. How could this appear in the hands of Lu Ping? Lu Ping's joy was mixed with a trace of disbelief. It has to be said that ever since Lu Ping began refining pills, every time he tried to refine a new type of pill, his first attempt would always be a complete failure. When he opened the cauldron, he would produce 10 black charcoal. Sometimes, before he even opened the cauldron, he would have already wasted a cauldron of slag. But when Lu Ping thought it was inevitable, he was suddenly asked to concoct a new type of medicinal pellet. Not only that, it was the blood-condensing pellet, the symbol of an alchemist. Not only that, but he also managed to produce 2 medicinal pellets on his first try. How could he not be in disbelief? It took Lu Ping an entire day to calm down from his excitement. After calming down, Lu Ping refined 4 more cauldrons of blood condensation pills, using up all the spirit herbs he had. Other than the 3rd cauldron where he only produced 1 blood condensation pill due to carelessness, he produced 3 blood condensation pills on his 4th and 5th cauldrons. Looking at the 11 blood condensation beads in his hand, Lu Ping fell into a daze. He had finally become a noble alchemist. This meant that Lu Ping would no longer have to struggle to make ends meet in the field of alchemy. Even Lu Ping himself didn't know why his alchemy skills improved so much. Perhaps it was due to luck. However, when Lu Ping refined mid-blood condensation realm pills, Lu Ping quickly maintained a success rate of 40%. Clearly, it wasn't due to luck. Perhaps it was because of Lu Ping's long hours of practice, or Lu Ping's powerful divine sense. In the end, Lu Ping attributed all these reasons to his hard work, investment, and persistence. In the end, it was because the heavens rewarded the diligent. Since he had enough mid-blood condensation realm pills to replenish his energy, Lu Ping, who had just stabilized his 4th level blood condensation realm cultivation, could use these pills to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Hence, Lu Ping decided to cultivate here for a period of time. He couldn't miss this opportunity. At the same time, Lu Ping also learned more about the situation in the monster territory through Lu Dague's brief description. Among them, Lu Ping had the most detailed information about the area Lu Dague was in. Unfortunately, Lu Ping was ambushed by the overflowing ocean sect during the chase. After he broke out of the encirclement, he panicked and lost his way. Until now, he still didn't know where he was in the monster territory. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.